You'll stand and say the pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. I'm going to add something before we set the agenda for the work session, and that is for board. We have a long discussion item. A lot of them you'll see on as an action item under our regular meeting. So we will do all the discussions on the work session and a minimum, if any, discussion when we come to the action item. We'll have already discussed it, so then let's do the vote. Otherwise, it could be very lengthy and repeating ourselves. Okay, do I hear a motion to set the agenda?
I make a motion to set the agenda for the work session.
I'll second.
Motion's made by Stacy, seconded by Cody. Is there any discussion? Let's call for the question.
Paul,
Aye.
Putin,
Aye.
Noyes,
Aye.
Wells,
Aye.
White.
Aye. Okay. Legislative policy. Tammy, I believe that's yours.
Yeah,
That's you.
good evening, board, superintendent, assistant superintendent, and everybody that's here. So thank you for allowing this discussion to help me with some of the resolutions that's going to be coming before us Saturday at the Fall Delegate Assembly. And I have provided in your orange folder some of the resolutions that I'd like for us just to briefly discuss. But before we get to that, I just want to kind of peruse through and let you know what other discussions or resolutions that's going to be coming forth for vote. One is ours, but I already have it amended because we want to just have a simple ask, and that ask is for CASB to advocate for increased school funding to support rural Colorado students and their communities. And that's because of where our teacher salaries are, staff salaries, busing needs. We put on hard miles on our buses, whereas our larger populated areas don't seem to have. But this funding would also help attract and retain high quality teachers and other staff, possibly help replace outdated school buildings, upgrade our technology, and just to name a few of what I will be using as our support to our resolution at the Delegate Assembly. So there's some that all state funding, future ballot measures, all starting to address Tabor. We all agree that that needs to be restructured. COVID monies, they're going to be looking at making sure that Fed continues to provide some ESSER funds for us or something to that effect, because the COVID related expenses and shortfalls in our budgets due to COVID is going to be with us for quite some, probably more than what they're anticipating. So we're trying to forecast that. So I'll just dive into, those are just a few. In your packet, I gave you resolution number, I didn't give you number 5. Number 5 is, let me just tell you what it is. They're asking that the Joint Budget Committee and House and Senate Education Committees, that they would pass our budgets by the 100th day. You know, Senate and House goes 120 days. That puts us in early April, and it's hard for us to do a projected budget for the upcoming school year. So it's asked that they would consider having those final numbers on the 100th, by the 100th day. So that's coming before us as a vote. Of course, I would vote yes on that because we definitely would like that. Get to our next one. The other one, is the resolution number 11. And it's, CASB is going to be opposing to grant BOCES the ability to operate schools within the boundaries of a school district without the agreement of Board of Education. This has already happened in Colorado Springs, and they're in litigations over it, and the judge has already voted in favor for BOCES to set up their own school within within the school district boundaries without asking the local board's permission. And what that would do to the public schools, it would take that PPOR or the pupil money that we would get from our pupil count away from that particular school district. And it would go into their
So
building.
this is different than a charter school?
Yes, it is.
It's different than
Absolutely.
e-school too,
It's
correct?
different than e-school, it's
Okay.
different than a charter school. They would become a brick and mortar public school ran through BOCES.
No, that's not correct. The BOCES that were, this is the one that you voted last month to allow me to sit on their board.
I know,
And
I
I'm
know.
very familiar with this litigation. It is a charter school. But right now, charter schools have two options. One is to be authorized through the district, or the second is to be authorized through CSI, which is the Charter School Institute of the state. So BOCES is just challenging, why does the Charter School Institute of the state get the monopoly on that? Why can't someone else open a charter school as well? It's competition. Just depends on how it's.
Right, I think that's how it's presented, and I think it's being presented to CASB in the way I just was describing. So it'd be good to have that clear voice in there. So that's coming before for the board, the delegates as
I
well.
would vote in favor of that personally, but you guys can, talk about what you would, how you would present it. But it's just having a little bit more wealth distribution, so to speak, so it doesn't all go into the CSI hands.
Right,
Because what if a authorizing board here in the district says, no, we don't want another charter, but families want another charter. And they want a different one. Then do we not let them? Because what they'll do is they'll charter with CSI.
right.
And instead they want to have an option to charter with another BOCES that'll support their special ed.
Okay, that makes
So
sense.
then would they pay, I'm sorry,
But you would lose the PPR.
We would lose
the PPR, but would they pay for their students with BOCES instead of us paying?
Yes.
So they would be paying also, not just us.
They would have to be self-sufficient and work through the BOCES.
Right, and then the way it was presented, I would want to vote against it because they're saying they're presenting it as an opposition. So,
You're voting, if you vote against it, you're voting for it.
if I agree to oppose it, I would vote yes. If I agree to not oppose it, I would vote no.
Right, okay, good.
Okay.
Okay.
You have to think, yes, I oppose it, or no, I oppose it. It's how you.
Yeah, right, so,
Then it brings us to the next one. I've spoke to Kyle about this morning, resolution number 17, and it's about October counts. And this has come from RE-1 Valley and District 49 in the previous years, in the last 3 or 4 years. And they're asking or suggesting that we do a 2-time-a-year October count. One in the fall as we do, as normal standards, and we would do it again in February to give a better projection of where those students have transferred out and have come back in. So we'd have better numbers again to help with that forecast. I asked Kyle today, and he can speak also to you, that it would help him beneficially for the budget wise. I'm not quite sure those that
whoever's phone, just please silence your phone.
he's doing that. My other concern is the person that tracks everything on Excel sheet. Would that be cumbersome for them, or is there already a process that you would do? What do you think, Dr. Vanderwee?
What have you done in the past?
One counts.
We just did the one count, we voted down.
Well, several years ago, like back when I was the registrar, we did that through CDE for about 5 years. We did October count and a February
When I
count.
was teaching, we did.
Yeah, it was kind of cumbersome for the person. That was back when it was all done actually
Manually.
in the school where Mark and the tech people
Right.
were there. But it was cumbersome, but as far as I remember, I think it helped us. Not only in Kyle's process of being able to do budget, but we also, we saw that influx that we didn't get earlier in the year. When I was doing it, I remember it happening. And yeah, so it was good for us, money-wise. It was it made a lot more work for some people.
Right.
But that was also before we actually had a computer program that
Well, and it
did that for us. I mean, I can remember going through the green sheets.
Right.
generated a little
I remember
differently
in
now.
my past, I was going in and
Easier
doing
to
that.
do a 2 count and vote for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay,
And then I believe I have pulled out. I think I added one more and didn't give it to you guys. 18. Oh, yes. So this one is being presented by Campo School District, RE6. And their resolution is supporting a minimum, which I can never say, salary level for educators in Colorado Public Schools. And their ask is more than 6,000 Colorado classroom educators currently earn a salary below $40,000 per year. With increased cost of living, particularly in rural regions of the state, many teachers are unable to sustain careers in education, and many students are hesitant or unwilling to pursue the careers in this field. The ask is for CASB to support legislation related to establishing a minimum salary of $40,000 for all classroom educators, with the state augmenting current salaries to attain these levels. Again, if the state's saying, yes, we want this, and then it is approved through a legislation and Senate, and they approve it, then the state has to make sure they give us the money to be able to provide the salaries to
base.
start,
Yeah.
at least the base, and then we'd be able to build upon that much easier than trying to what we're doing now.
Mandatory mill levy, where they're trying to force us into doing this. How's that going to affect that? They're going to say, well, we will support this, but you have to get your mill levy up to, what is it, 27?
They'll probably still try to pass that through to where they will do the mandatory mills of 27. I believe we're at 22, 23,
Yeah, we're right over 21.
right?
And that's my understanding, there's no change in that.
I think
It
that's
changes every year.
already-
Last legislation.
Right.
approved.
Well, they're trying to make us do this, and I guess what I'm saying is they're going, well, if you don't, because I'm trying to, I'm kind of thinking like a legislator here saying, well, if you need this, then get your mills up. Because they're not going to spend their money on us if they can avoid it. So,
We know that.
I mean, it sounds wonderful and I would vote for it probably, but we need to be thinking of the underlying issues, the consequences on what.
Right, definitely the language.
Because I did learn from a senator one time, 2-3 years ago, he told me that just because they pass a bill and the language says that, the new senators don't have to stand by it. They can change the language.
And they don't have to be funded. And that's where you have to be very careful when you're passing a bill.
Yeah.
Whether it's locally funded or whether it's funded by the state. And many times they put things into the legislature where we have to fund it locally. And if we can't afford to do that, then it puts our district in a bind.
It's called an unfunded mandate.
Yeah, it is an unfunded mandate.
Well, but this says that they would fund it. I just want to make sure that it stays that way. So,
Well,
but no, I support it 100%. Yeah, it just scares me what they're going to do. Yeah. Did you have any more?
those were the few big ones. The rest are just There's some that'll probably fall because of our resolution, or our resolution will fall because of another resolution supporting extra monies for rural schools. There's at least 3 or 4 others that are saying the same thing, but not as in great detail as ours.
Right.
So I'm hoping to connect and network with them when I get up there to be able to say, can you support mine and drop yours kind of thing, so we have less on the.
Right, and I'm planning on, I was reading some of this, where I can connect with some rural people and try to get them on board with it, to pass some more for us.
Yeah.
There's one on here that I really want you to bring out, and that is full funding or idea.
Which number?
On page 7. Federal standing resolutions.
Oh,
That's one that they always have, but for the community, we do not realize this. A lot of our funding goes to our students with disabilities, and the government does not fund us well. They mandate us to take care of them, but they don't fund us. And so just saying that is in there, and so we need to keep pounding at that one.
right. Our standing rules. Okay.
Okay. Anybody having questions for Tammy? Hey,
Good work.
Thank you. Yep, she does a good job.
is this going to make it easier for you Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I will be there cheering you on.
Yeah, and we'll both be there. So if you,
Yeah, I'll be able to,
anything, just,
I'll be able to turn around and go visit with you.
yeah,
Yeah,
just reach out.
so we'll be close.
Although we'll be sitting next to each other.
You and I will be, we won't be sitting. She'll be
I know.
by herself. But yeah, we will be there because for Risha and I are doing a presentation there also. So
Right.
they reached out for us to do one. School consolidation, not consolation, but consolidation. And this is strictly discussion. The reason that came up, and I'm partly, we're losing staff and we're losing students, and we're going to have to do something. And maybe we should look at this. My idea, which I've been advocating for the last 5-6 years, how long have you guys known? To consolidate our schools and do a school that's kindergarten, 1st and 2nd. And then another school that does 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Now, I don't have Risha completely on board yet, but that's okay. I'm working on her. I can wear her down. But, and that is to where, so that we can meet our kids at their level. For instance, we'll be teaching math all at the same time. So if we have a 2nd grader that hasn't learned how to add yet, they can go to another class without it being a pullout and a shaming. I don't like the shaming stuff that goes on. But if we have a kindergartner that's reading at 3rd grade level, they move up to that 3rd grade reading class. We're meeting kids at their level to pull them up so that they can learn faster, better, more accurately. And so that was where my first thing came from, school consolidation. I will open the floor. Who will have anything to say about
I have a question. How would that help with staffing? What are your ideas as far as with staffing, how that would help?
It would probably help with staffing, because we wouldn't be, some of our classes have a small amount of students and some classes have a large amount of students. This will be the great equalizer. And so then if we have a teacher that's teaching 12 kids and a teacher that's teaching 25 kids, we can equalize it.
And might I add, and is that okay? So when you look at consolidation of schools or restructuring, so if we're looking at K2 and 3-5, what we have done, me and Executive Director of Human Resources, Ms. Elridge, we've looked at the capacity of all the schools. We've looked at the acreage, the amount of classrooms, the square footage, the enrollment capacity of the school, and then what the enrollment is currently. And so in doing so, what we're going to do, if the board chooses to go in this direction, what we'll do is we'll go talk and have community forums at all the schools with the principals, the teachers, and the community of each of that, like, let's say Kemper, Mesa, Manaa, and have a conversation and just ask the community what they think and what our opportunities are. Because right now, I can honestly say that if we have, let's say, and I'm just throwing out a number, if we have 6 kindergarten teachers, not all those 6 kindergarten teachers have the same enrollment. And with that just comes more people. So we have 3 schools that are not at capacity. One, it's not efficient. One, it's not necessarily effective. It's where we're wasting a lot of money, and, this is taxpayers' dollars. We have schools that are we need to become more efficient and effective in order to provide the best education opportunities for the kids that we serve, as well as provide our teachers a cohesive environment that's just more efficient. And so I believe, was this your recommendation or is it Ms. Nelson's? Yeah, so right now we're just talking about it. And
Well, Tammy and I worked on this a month ago. We received numbers. We asked for numbers and received them. And Tammy and I sat down and spent about 3 hours looking at numbers and everything. This would do away, in my perfect world. Remember, it's my perfect world. I am a retired educator. So that means that I'm not current, but I have been in the classroom many, many years. The seed time that we have now, we won't have to use it as much because all the 3rd grade will be in one building. And it will be so much easier for teacher planning time. We're hearing a lot of that. Teachers don't have enough planning time. This will increase that ability to do that. I see it as a very positive move forward, but when we take it to the community, they may not see it that way. And they may have something even better on the back burner.
As well, we've talked about the community here and how people have been here for generations and generations. And this is where people have raised their families and their grandparents raised their families here, and they have allegiances and alliances to specific schools. So there's blood and sweat and tears in these schools. And so to talk about closing a school becomes very personal. It becomes very passionate, and it is real. And so that being said, we recognize that, and we don't want to add additional stress or pressure in already a time where I think there's some stress and pressure, with the COVID and such. And so, I don't want anyone to fret right now. We're at the preliminary, but we will, we want to honor people's thoughts and suggestions.
This will show back up on a work session for more discussion.
Where you're talking about consolidating K2, 3, 5, where does that put our rural schools that are already just the one classroom? Like Pleasant View already is kind of the combined. So,
well, in Pleasant View, so that's a whole different conversation.
okay. So, because I'm a big advocate for our rural schools, and you already know that. So,
Well, and
so,
but that is another conversation that we need to discuss.
I mean,
So if I can just tag on to what Sherry is saying, I read Executive Director HR's report, Cynthia, and I came in yesterday and spoke to her about her report. And there are many things that we can do delicately. We need to make sure that the community have those forums so we can have those conversations. As we look at things of what we can do is where we are now with the staff shortage and such, I would like to ask Ms. Eldridge to speak a little bit now, if she would, in regards to what we could do to be able to increase some. I won't take your thunder. Go ahead.
looking at the consolidation of the schools, it wasn't necessarily to break down the classrooms and have K through 2 in one school
Right.
and 3 through 5.
That was me, not you.
Okay, so looking at it, it was more of what can we do to make sure that all of our staff and all of our students are safe? That was my number one concern looking at this. We have to make sure that we have staff for every classroom. And whether that's a teacher and 2 paras or what we have available to make sure that we have our classrooms covered. And then secondly, we have to make sure that our students are being taught at their core grade and that every student is receiving the best education possible. So how do we do that when we are in a critical shortage and we are down, 50 employees, and more than half of that is our teachers? So another issue is, last month I presented our workers' comp insurance program to start reviewing all of the buildings and making sure that the buildings are safe. And going back over all of the reviewing all of the buildings from the past, it's very apparent that several of our schools need a lot of work in order just to provide the minimum basic safety for these students. So what I did was I used the historical data that was provided, I think 10 years ago, when they went through and they, developed how many acres for each school and what is the square footage of each school, what's the classroom size, maximum capacity. And so that broke down and it shows each school, what is the maximum capacity for the schools and for the classrooms. And then I showed what is the maximum capacity versus current enrollment. And then you will have a total of how many places that has open, how many desk space that has open. So you can definitely tell that part of the reason we have, I would say, staff shortage is we're still doing 3-tier, 2-tier classrooms, even though perhaps our classes aren't at full capacity. We're still wanting a teacher for that classroom. Whereas if we consolidated some of those classrooms in other areas, we wouldn't have that shortage. We could have better coverage. Let's say that we have a classroom with 25 to 29 students. We can have the core teacher, 2 paras, perhaps even an interventionist in each classroom, making sure that every single student had one-on-one attention or specific attention, also for the special ed. And so what I was leaning towards is reviewing where the most space is, where we have the most class desks available, and then which schools is going to take more money to get it to that safety measure. Could we disseminate some of those 2 schools and then move them together, move the teachers together to cover these classrooms for our current enrollment now? To me, it looks really good on paper. It makes really good financial sense. But now, moving to the next section, we have to have board buy-in, teachers, administrators, community members, students to process this to make it feasible. At the end of the day, you might be, your allegiance might be to a specific school, but it's to the children. That's why we're here. It's to their education. What can we do to provide the very best education? It's for the behavioral student, the behavioral problems. What can we do to keep the rest of the class safe and still provide those behavioral issues direct attention now in order to change it and still provide them an education? So I understand allegiances to the schools and and teachers wanted to keep the classrooms below 15 students. Financially, educationally, and safely are what I'm looking at in presenting this information in a preliminary review. So for, for what I would recommend, I don't know if I'm prepared to give that to you at this point. I mean,
I think this needs more discussion
Yeah.
before you do a recommendation.
that's where my thoughts are, is, possibly consolidating into 2 main schools here in Cortez and 1 in Lewis, and providing more staff for those classrooms and the ESS students, and making sure that attention is given to the students, and not just, trying to cover an empty room with a warm body,
And so we're looking at it from a fiscal responsibility with our taxpayers' dollars and an efficiency responsibility for our students to provide the best educational experience, and not waste our dollars.
Right. And I see from the report, I see that being a short-term goal. I believe a long-term goal would be a consolidated school K through 5 on one of our larger acreage sites that we already own and have that functionality there, utilities and everything that we can just go for a best grant and do a
Right.
capital build. That's long-term.
Yeah, we
I
can do
know
that
we
in
need to-
5, that's
Right,
5
sure.
pods and do all.
But this is
yeah.
still a lot of discussion. This is just
Exactly.
barely scraping off the iceberg tip.
Well,
here.
and our buildings, I mean, they're, so, okay. In
1950s.
in Arizona, we basically say we retire a building, not that it really happens, in 30 years. These ones are all from the 50s, so we have done an amazing job keeping them working.
Yeah.
However, like, our dream would be, like, how could we, like, get a best grant and build, build schools that are amazing for our kids, like pre-K 5. If we could have pre-K 5 school, and then look at, like, I've talked with the county a little bit, and, I was like, so would you want one of our buildings? And just start bartering with, city, county, whatever. We've got buildings that they would like to utilize. And so we have a lot of opportunities, and I think.
And I can see in the same conversation, where you're heading down the road is, law enforcement and the sheriff's office using one of the buildings and use that as a training site for school
Right.
shootings or bomb threats.
Fire departments.
Fire department as well. And that would be a training site for them. So we have many options. It's just the tip of the iceberg of conversations.
Well,
But
Putting the numbers together and presenting
it's very helpful.
options. I mean, the information I gave you shows what possibilities are out there, what we could do.
Yeah.
Now we just need to.
yeah, and our infrastructure is horrible. And so I don't know what we can do for that, no matter what school we're looking at. Our infrastructure is not good.
Well, I was just going to ask, is this something you're looking to implement? Maybe like as far as a consolidation to take care of some of our teacher shortage,
Yes,
just on a temporary basis?
yes,
So maybe eventually you just kind of,
yes.
depending on how things go, you can go back to the 3rd school until we are ready to.
And enrollment as well.
I mean, if we
Right.
added enrollment,
Yeah.
it's just kind of a temporary
Fixed.
situation just to get through this teacher shortage. Or if it's.
Staff shortage.
Staff shortage.
It's all across the
Staff
board.
shortage. So what I'm hearing is we don't have a staff shortage right now. We need to consolidate to use our staff more efficiently.
We do have, we do have a staff shortage, and
Create a solution.
we have different schools that have different employee issues, and none of them are the same. And so, if every school has a shortage somewhere, and same with the district office. And so a lot of this for right now is to get through, Like you'll see some things in this agenda today that I would never do in a normal year. However,
We're doing a lot of things.
it's not a normal year, so, you know, we get to do things that we've never done before and be a little bit flexible, so.
So what would the timeline look like? I mean, would be something that we would consider doing by semester and this starts January to align with the calendar?
You know, I would say we need to talk, this is a little fast, this is our first conversation. I think we need to really I need to make meetings with all of my schools, all of my families. I want to go, you know, sit with the principal and all of my families and say, this is what we have, and we're going to create, my team, sorry, you guys are amazing, but, my team, we're going to create like just a data-driven, information-only, like we don't have any plans of closing anything. We want to show people the data and then say, what say you? What do you think? Tell us what you think. Tell us how you would like us to go. What direction would you like us to take as we move forward? Because we're not going to make everybody happy.
No.
And we're gonna rattle some people's, you know, this is not going to be a lot of fun. However, it is necessary for us to be able to get through. I mean, so the amount of people that we have had resign in the last 7 weeks is more than I have ever seen in the history of my life. And I come from a place where we had 25 to 35% of staff turnover every year. And so I'm used to it, but never have I seen it at this rate, at this time, the way it is. There's lots of districts in Colorado that they're not doing transportation anymore because they have nobody to drive but the buses. I have a lot of schools in Colorado that aren't serving food anymore because they don't have anybody to serve the food. We've been sending people from the district office to go teach in our classrooms, and because we don't have any substitutes. And so I have a lot of people here who might want to quit just because I'm telling them to go teach, because I want our kids in a brick and mortar school so they can learn the best they can. We are doing things because we have to, not because we want to. And we, you know, if we could do it that fast, that's really fast. And it's really hard to move classrooms. We would really have to ask people, the community members, to come help us move classrooms if that's what we choose. I mean, it would take a community to help us do that. But in a perfect world, it would be for next August.
That being said, I would prefer that when you start meeting with the community, that you let the board know.
I will let the board know.
To attend, because we need to be a part of this so that there's a show of unity, mutual respect. And as you know, the board does not always agree with everybody. So we might disagree with some things, and we will, I doubt it, but at least it's there.
But it's got the
And it knows
safety
it's a
there.
thought process.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else on school consolidation?
If you have any questions on the information that I presented in my board report, please feel free to see me and go over it with you.
Calendar revision.
So, do you want me to start?
Yes.
Or do you want to start?
Let me start. Because this is really, we talked in long time last year over a 4-day calendar. And we voted to have a 5-day calendar, but our teachers are suffering. And we need to take care of our teachers. And so I've talked to Risha and various board members, and this is something that we came up with. Let's give our teachers a 4-day week. They already have a half a day off on, well, the students have a half a day off, the teachers don't, a half day off on Friday. So why do we not let the teachers have Fridays off? That will give them the planning time that they need so desperately bad, but that will also give them time to recoup, actually spend time with their family. I bet half the teachers don't even remember what their 5-year-old child looks like anymore. So this is a solution that I have been bouncing off with Risha. She's been bouncing off of me, and then I've included the rest of the board as I see them. I don't call them, but as I see them, I talk to them. So you go from there.
And might I add, so this is something that is quite unprecedented. We as a board and me as a superintendent, I would never recommend shifting the calendar mid-year. There are several reasons why we are choosing to do it this way. And so one of the reasons is due to my workforce is extremely exhausted.
Yes.
And it's about giving them the opportunity to recoup and be with their family and just have a day to reset. They'll still be coming in on the weekends, working their teachers,
Because
they do.
Because that's what they do.
And, you know, Mancus and Dolores are on 4-day-week schedules. I have a lot of employees that have kids who go to school there. Challenges is it is a Friday and childcare. You know, we're looking at the minutia, the details of providing grab and go lunches still for community members, working with partners in the community in order to provide additional childcare for kids and parents, because we do recognize that this is an unforeseen challenge. And then, you know, one of the things that we would be doing is we would be taking away all of our 3-day weekends that are Mondays. And we did look at the possibility of that kind of a calendar. So we would keep like President's Day, Martin Luther King Day. But due to the fact that Mancus and Dolores are on different schedules, we didn't want to make it more confusing than it already is. We wanted to make it as simple as possible. We wanted to impact as few of our directors as possible. So for example, our transportation, if we were to minimize days and increase hours, we didn't want to change the transportation routes. We want to keep this as normal as possible for all of our families, kids, and directors. That being said, we could have applied for a waiver to have underneath 160 days. And I believe that our kids need to be in school for the recommended Colorado Department of Education time. So I'm recommending one calendar with 160 days. All the minutes for elementary, mid school, and high school are accounted for. And this was not done. This was done with a committee of folks. And, you know, we think that for the situation we're in, it will give our staff some reprieve. Not everybody is happy, but you know, not everybody will be happy. And I can say that Mr. Parr has spent many hours with our calendar committee in doing this. And would you like to add something?
Just, I think you said it basically, but you know, we really came into this trying to keep things as consistent as we possibly could, as far as drop-off times, bus schedules, etc. The benefit of actually having half of a year of 5-day instruction means that the second half of the year, if we were to start it then, could transition to a 4-day, and we wouldn't have to change any of those times that are already going on. We don't have to add more than a few minutes at the secondary level to our daily schedule. Our elementary schedule can remain the same, because with the accumulation of hours in the second half of the year and the accumulation we've already done in the first half, it meets what we need to meet as far as 990 hours or 1,080 hours at the secondary. So because we've been able to do a 5-day schedule for the first half of the year, that would allow us to go to a 4-day schedule in the second half of the year and not change those things. Now, going forward, that may not be the case, but for the second half of the year, we could do that this year.
And might I add?
Would we increase our length of, for instance, we have May 17th right now. So would we be increasing our attendance for a few days longer?
We would be adding about 5 days, five
So
school
be
days.
May
Plus-
23rd,
What's that?
May 23rd,
May 20th,
It's
25th.
May
20,
May 25th.
25th.
I don't have my calendar in front of me. I just,
So you are adding
mine.
those days,
May 26th, last day.
Thank you.
but you're also taking away about 18 Fridays.
Right.
And then I add something
And
to,
it's still earlier than we normally get out. Really.
Well, it's right.
Yeah.
We've been getting out right around the 22nd, 23rd, the last week of May. So we're
And it
still
falls
there.
before the holiday.
Right.
and might I recognize as well, in this process, we're taking a lot of additional duties that we ask of our teachers right now. So we're under school improvement. We have things that teachers have to do in regards to our strategies to get out of school improvement. We're taking a bunch of these things off their plates for this year, but I've had Mr. Parr and his team kind of identify what we're taking off their plate right now in order to say, this will come back. You know, this is a moment in time. We're doing something because we're due to, because we've had people out, not just because of a workforce issue. We've had people out because of COVID. We've had people out because of mandatory surgeries. We've had people out for various reasons. We're all still living our life, right? And so we just want to recognize as well what we're taking off so that teachers, because, once you take something off, it gets fun. And we just want to make sure people know that our expectations will not lessen when we build the next calendar.
Mhm.
So I wanted to let you guys know that as well.
I have a question in regards, just because I'm familiar with the high school, getting your seniors out and having graduation on the 19th and then expecting all of those kids to come back for another week.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
No, the other kids, and that's a nightmare. I can attest to
So
that.
you're keeping the graduation on the 19th instead of on the 23rd,
Yes.
26th?
districts do that, Stacy, it's not.
We used to let the seniors out for.
Yeah, but they didn't have actual graduation. And then
But the seniors were out, used to be a week.
they were out,
before.
the kids were out a week.
Yeah.
But they didn't have actual graduation till the last day of school.
So are you recommending,
And
because
so,
if we change the graduation date, that's going to interfere. I mean, a lot of parents have already notified grandparents.
I mean, they haven't, but I'm asking Jim, how does Eric feel about that?
Well,
And-
so Eric was, when Risha says my team, it was Eric and I and Kyle. So the three of us were the ones that worked on it. And he was very adamant about maintaining the 19th as
Okay.
graduation. So
That's good.
I know in the past, we've struggled to have once graduation comes,
Everybody's
you're
out.
going to see an attendance drop off a
Oh, sure.
great deal for those 4 days.
And Mr. Parr, wouldn't there be, I would imagine Mr. Chandler would make sure there'd be like a checkout list for those students to come in to get their report card.
Oh, yeah, I mean.
Those things, there's things that can be put in place to ensure those kids to come back that last school.
Yeah, well,
I know,
And it works.
kids are kids, I get it. But,
Yeah.
it will create a nightmare for the high school. I can, more so,
But if
so for the high school.
Mr.
than the
Chandler's
other schools.
okay with it,
Mhm.
then who are we to?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I hate to say it like that, but he understands his issues. Go ahead.
Okay, so what, can you tell me just what is the main purpose? What are we doing? What are we fixing by doing this? Like, is it a staffing situation? Is it a morale situation?
Morale.
Is it, what exactly brought us to this?
So what brought us to this is it's a bunch of things. So one, it's workforce. People are overwhelmed, they're overworked, they're teaching a bunch of different classes, so they're prepped, they're teaching a different class than they normally teach because, normally they have planning time, but they're pulled from that planning time to go and sub, right? So people aren't generally on their regular schedules. For example, we have a school right now that whenever they have shortages, we farm from other schools in order to get people there. So all the schools are basically underserved from a workforce capacity. Pairs are being shifted throughout the district. So part of it's workforce. part of it is culture and climate. People are overwhelmed, they're exhausted, they're tired. What I've heard since the third week of school is this feels like May.
Yeah.
And I've heard that over and over and over again, so our kids are coming back and they were gone last year was a tough year for kids. So some of our kids' behaviors, more kids are behaving, they're behaving in a more difficult manner to resolve, more numbers than normally, just due to the COVID. And then, people are just stressed out. And so our goal is to provide them enough relief so they stay. I don't know if you saw the video that I sent out, but I sent out a video last week because we were going to have a walkout. We were going to have what's called blue flu because people were going to walk because they don't feel like we are listening to them. They feel like we don't care. They feel like we don't care about anything about our teachers. And so I put out a video for please, come to school. And luckily not because of my video, but they came to school and that was great because I want kids here, but we're doing this because we're pretty much in emergency mode and I'm worried at any time so I was reading an article last night from the Washington Post and, education has had a teacher retention and recruitment issue for the last 12 years. It's nothing new. But this year, how many schools are short and how many schools are just, so anyway, this is an attempt to tell my teachers and our staff, we see it, we recognize it, we need you to come back, we need you to stay here this year, our community needs you. Our kids need to be together. We need in-person learning. And that's why, is there any other reason, Mr. Parr?
No, I think all of the things you've mentioned, and it does send a message that yes, we are listening. This is something that we can probably do. It doesn't require a financial commitment other than what we've already committed to. It doesn't require, a big shift in moving from school to school or anything like that. It's just an opportunity to look at what we have and use it perhaps more effectively for the wellness of our staff and keep them from that place where we're seeing that it doesn't take nearly as much for somebody to say, I'm done with this work.
So did you have some?
Well, I was just going to say, so basically we're still going to have the same issues Monday through Thursday, right? Okay. And then where does this put the rest of the staff that's also maybe say custodial? But how does this affect a lot of other people as far as their hours and their insurances and their people that are more of an hourly?
Or bus drivers?
Yeah.
It's for teachers and staff, your custodial bus drivers will still be 5 days, is that correct?
That was what I was gonna say. There are some things that'll have to be addressed for this coming semester if we transition. But then a more extensive committee needs to be formed for the calendar for the following year. Because if you do a true 4-day calendar, you go from 7.5 hours a day to 8.5 hours a day. And in doing so, the kids are actually in school more hours than they were in a 5-day week. So a lot of people say, well, what about the kids having instruction? They actually get more time in a seat and the teachers have more time with them. And the other districts in the area who adopted 4-day calendars have taken all the classifieds in consideration. They've adjusted wage, so their 8.5 actually edges them up slightly than the 7.5 hours. And so they're happy, plus they get Fridays off. And bus drivers' wages have to be addressed as well. I don't know how we would be able to do that before January unless Kyle has a plan to see be part of that committee. But there will be some planning that needs to be made if we do transition to a 4-day calendar to address classified and instructional time. Because you don't want to lose instructional time and actually you gain it with the 4-day. I've been in a 4-day week calendar for 18 years.
And the goal is as well is, we don't want to take any insurances away. We don't want to take any hourlies. We were having a conversation and we still have time to figure this out because we're going to be doing the nuts and bolts after this. But it's even like the grab and go. So when we did the grab and go before, we would deliver food and we utilized our buses. And that's one way that we keep our people on Friday moving around and in the seats. We also utilize people for, our custodians. It's a great time to deep clean. We still are, kids have germs and in fact, so do adults. And so,
I was going to say, they're not the only ones.
but, it's like we can utilize people that way. We're talking about a little bit more flexibility now where we look at our departments and identify what do people want? Do people want to be in a 5-day? Because, I'm salary, I'm going to be here. And so the buildings will still be open, but we might not necessarily be open for business.
My concern is the last time we did a 4-day week several years ago, our drivers were very upset. One for loss of hours and another one because it affected their insurance because they were on, you had to work at least half time to be covered with insurance. So are we going to be able to make sure our cooks and our drivers and stuff still have?
We cannot reduce the hours to where they would lose their benefits by,
So they're safe.
yes.
Thank you.
Well, and if we have a grab and go, we're still making food.
Right. Right.
No,
And we're
so-
still delivering, but I just want to make sure because I was on the board when we went to that and I remember.
We have to honor that.
Yeah.
That's where I would.
Yeah.
Come back and say,
So my understanding is that you can't do this in the middle of the stream without permission from CDE.
I have permission.
So you have permission from CDE for us to do this. And then are you going to combine this when you meet with the community on consolidation? Are you going to do?
No, it's a
Fair
separate
or-
issue. It's a separate thing. But the thing is, so I've already talked with Colorado Department of Education, that's CDE, just so y'all know. But I've talked about all the regulations for changing a calendar. And so all I need to do is get your approval and then I can do it in 30 days. In an emergency, I don't necessarily need the approval, but I would prefer us to do this as a cohesive unit and really let our staff know that we recognize the stressors that they're dealing with.
Well, I would like for us to let the community know because they have to find babysitters and their jobs and everything is dependent. So
So this is something that we would vote on next month.
I have it on the calendar to vote on today.
Oh,
but
I didn't see it on.
if we vote on it without talking to the community, I'm concerned because
I'm concerned if we don't do it now, we're gonna lose
So-
staff.
Yeah, we're gonna lose.
And then, so
We
your
are.
community, just one moment, if our community will be at home with their children, teaching their children without any support from a staff because we have a walkout.
right,
Right.
that's true.
So
I just
this is
feel like we
this
need
is
to have
just-
community.
temporarily. And it's something that we need to give to our staff. And I just want to say thank you to the staff that did not walk out on Monday for hanging in there with us because we are chipping this one bite at a time. Thank you for hanging in there.
We're trying.
I think,
yeah.
Board, that this is something that we need to do.
Okay,
And
I still like, I like community input. Now, I have talked to community personally. I've talked to community members and they, because of what we're facing, they understand it. But I don't see that many people. So I've only talked to maybe
Dr.
people.
Just so you know, it's actually item 13 on the board meeting.
Okay.
To approve, it's an item to add to the next.
Yeah. to approve the 22 springs. Yeah.
That would be the November.
So that would be the November meeting.
Okay,
Okay,
so we have a month.
I still think that we need to talk to community and I like it that's on for our next meeting.
And just so I'm understanding clearly, the students aren't going to be losing out
no,
on some quality education. Just because you're adding because we're not changing the school hours, but just for a few minutes, correct?
And that's why we're adding a certain amount of days. So
Some more days.
if I went under 160 days, then I'd have to apply for a waiver with Colorado Department of Education. But we're doing 160
I'm
days.
going to bet that last 3 days,
Of high school
when you
time.
say quality education, I'm going to go out on a limb here and just say that might not happen. But
And those were the
I
3 days that I
maybe
was
they'll prove me
talking about
wrong,
when
prove me
they're-
wrong, but
You know.
I mean, I would love you to prove me wrong.
I think
but-
I think you're correct on the high school. I think that the middle school and the elementaries can probably have a better job keeping it together. So,
Okay.
but yeah, I agree.
I'm just looking at all aspects of this.
Yes.
Personally, yeah, I know my kids they didn't have much homework to make up because they had extracurriculars and they didn't miss anything on Friday. So that's usually when they were leaving.
Mhm.
And so they didn't have homework to make up and different things. But I just want to make sure that, and this has kind of been my thoughts even in the past, is make sure that it's going to work for almost everybody,
Yeah.
not just a select few.
Right, I agree.
Because I know that teachers, and we've been asking them to do things that are just unbelievable. But that also happens with our food service, what they've had to do, our bus drivers, just different, the custodians, every department has been affected and it has changed their job immensely. And it's not what everybody signed up for, but this is reality. And I just want to make sure,
So,
that everybody gets a piece of
educated, yes.
a piece of the pie.
and what I'm asking is, will this be, everyone will go to a 4-day week? Maintenance, bus drivers, custodians?
Well, except that the cooks will still need
Yeah,
to be
I
doing their
understand
lunches.
those,
and
yeah,
buses.
but that's not gonna be all
but
of
the
them.
custodians, you would make sense, they would stay 5 days, because that Friday would be able to give them that day to deep clean, and that would keep them.
And I.
That's down there cleaning time,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I think those people also deserve the option of being able to have 5 days a week too. If we're talking about giving this to everyone for equity, for the break that they need, then all of those people need to have that same opportunity.
They'll have the option, so, and I'm sorry if I misspoke, but, so it's kind of like envision summer mode. When we go to like our 410s,
Mhm.
people will have the option to do that. I believe, and we've just basically tossed it around for a few minutes here, but, we have time to figure out the minutia of it all, because I really agree with that too. I agree that people, if they want to work, I do know though that I've made options of this to staff before and they're like, I've got young kids at home. I do not want to be at home. You know what I mean? They
Yeah,
gotta go to work. But
yeah.
I just think that at this time, it behooves our organization for us to demonstrate flexibility, caring and kindness to one and all that we serve, a lot of employees. And I think it's our duty to be flexible and talk to our directors and ask for their input and see what they need and kind of diversify our employment portfolio in a way we've never done before.
I just want to make sure that every employee has that same opportunity, that maintenance, just because the schools are only going to be open 4 days a week, is maintenance going to have that same opportunity? Our bus drivers who don't want to deliver lunches, are they going to get that same opportunity to only work 4 days a week? Now, granted, it could affect their paycheck.
It shouldn't though,
One of the
right?
things, yeah,
It
so
should.
here's just 2 quick things. As far as pay, one of the things we again wanted to do was make this non-invasive as possible. So a contract for a teacher would typically be 179 days. This 40 is going to give them 170.
Okay.
But the idea is I don't want to rewrite contracts.
Right.
We're going to pay them as 179. I think the same olive branch has to be given to everyone that signed the contract. If something is gonna change and affect your pay, we have to hold you harmless because this wasn't your decision.
Right.
So
Right.
that's kind of where I'm at on that side of it.
So let's let's go the different way then. Okay, so I'm still gonna get paid my regular, I'm a bus driver. I'm still gonna get paid my regular contract, but I'm gonna be asked to deliver lunches on Fridays. Am I gonna get compensated for that?
Another piece of this is I've been going around to all the different departments and getting their input, because obviously all the
Okay.
departments and everybody has their, and so I'm collecting all of these inquiries, and that is one of them. So over the next month, we'll compile this data and see
Okay,
what's the best solution.
Thank you, Kyle.
So the question is.
you guys have done a great job.
Alternating, so 1 week, a bus driver may work 5 days, and the next week, 4 days, and then they alternate, so on that 5th day, they're delivering those meals, just because it needs to be covered, or that we could do like a Tuesday through Friday, to have the 4 days covered on a Friday as well. So we're looking at several different options
Okay.
to offer to the
Awesome.
employees.
Another option, what the other two districts do is they do grab and goes on Thursdays that the kids can take with them on Thursday afternoons.
Oh, okay.
And it's non-perishable.
Okay.
The next day.
Sure.
Oh, good. So do you want me to have this put on as a discussion item for November? And it's on as an action item.
No,
No.
it's number
It's for your next
13.
agenda. It's on page 3 of our agenda.
13 is items to add to the next agenda.
It says.
Yeah, it's not the work study.
2022.
I understand it's not the work
It's
session.
not the-
What I'm asking is, are we going to want to discuss this some more when we get more information for the work session and then have it as an action item?
Oh, so you want,
Yeah.
okay.
I want to get Kyle's
Okay,
feedback and then
so
send
Deb, would you put,
feedback.
so would you put this on as a discussion item for the work session and as an action item for the board meeting?
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, moving right along. Because we're not going to get through this if we don't. Resolution in support to paying off the budget stabilization. This was given to us by, I believe it was CDE, but we do not need to read it because this is a work session. Has everybody read it? Do you want me to read it?
I read it.
Has everybody read it?
Any clarification on it?
And that was my next question. Do you need any clarification? For the audience who's here, it is talking about telling our legislative branches, there's 2 of them, that they need to pay us for the back pay that they have not given us. For instance, the state owes Montezuma-Cortez RE-1 school district $30+ million. And we're saying, come on, get on the stick, pay us back. Now then, last year, they said, well, we're going to give you ESSER funds, and so that's going to take it down, but that's not true. Because those of you who do not understand, the ESSER funds that we have, and I read it quite often, that the school has all this money, but ESSER funds can only be used in certain ways, and that is to promote education. We can use it for an HVAC system. We already have one. We can use it for, we can't use it for salaries because salaries are ongoing. So there, it's very limited. In fact, I will go in sometimes and say, Kyle, let's do this. And he'll look at me and laugh and say, well, what do you want to use it with? And I go, ESSER. And he goes, nope. Does not apply. So ESSER funds are very limited on what you can use. So the resolution, does anybody have any questions? I've tried to explain it well to the community, but is it good for everybody? So that we can bring it back to vote on. Because this is on our agenda to vote on.
Right, and the only thing I would change is the second to the last whereas is making sure that we have the correct owed, the RE-1 owed
Yeah,
money, because it's really $34,851,370 that the state still owes us.
34 million is just 30 million.
Yeah, because I have it right here.
Oh, from Kathy, bless your heart.
Right,
So let's change it to 34,
851,370.
851, 370.
And by passing this resolution, board, it not only supports that voice, the rural voice, to tell both houses to get rid of the BS factors, that's what it means. And
It's budget stabilization for those of you, but we call it BS because guess what it is?
and it also makes the statement to go along with our resolution that we're putting together.
Right.
It also goes along with the legislation that talks about redoing the School Finance Act of 1994 that's so outdated, and Tabor, and all those factors that make up the budget stabilization and the backfill. We've got to be careful when we see that in a ballot measure where it says backfill.
It's
Don't
not.
believe it.
If we got this, we could pay our teachers very well.
Right. So I would support this, and I thank Nancy Shaw for
Bringing it forward.
to us.
And she's listening to us, so thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy.
So, okay, so before we sign this stamp, can you change that so that it is correct? If we vote to accept it.
For the number.
Okay, any questions on that? Board docs, that is Risha.
Yeah, so board docs, what board docs is, it's a program that I've utilized in the past, and many in school districts, and many school districts in Colorado use them as well. And what it is it's a computer system that helps build our board meetings. And so right now, when we do board meeting business, Kyle will walk something over to me, or Miss Elridge, I should have said your last name, but Miss Elridge will walk something over to me. Anything that we need approved, we're walking over back and forth, where this system, it's all online. And basically, this would become Miss Ramsey's world, because Miss Ramsey deals with this.
Takes care of our packet.
How big are these?
233 pages.
233 pages of great reading, right? But what she would get is she would get these as scanned documents from Kyle and from, all of us. And all we have to do is, they send it to her. She organizes the agenda, and it's all online. And in this time, it's all secured. So the only people that can view it is her. When she's ready for it to go live and for us to start approving things, then she starts sending us information where it goes first. Let's say it goes to HR first, and then it goes from HR to finance to make sure that we have the dollars behind that position. And then it goes from finance to me. And at any place, these guys cannot approve it, but it just takes the paper. Like we have so much paper, it's incredible. And so the goal is to make her life easier so that she can build the agenda. And then once I approve everything, then it goes to you guys. And
Is it going to
still
be
it's
259 pages again?
yeah. But it's on, it'll be in, it'll just be in, the board docs, and it's just a facilitated way. You will also, I always had at least one board member who still wanted it with paper, but you will be able to see it where we will be providing you with all the adequate equipment. You'll be able to see it crisscross applesauce on your couch, if that's what you choose to do, and you can read through everything. But it really does bring us more to a place where, so all these policies are what we call it in Arizona. I'm not sure what it's called here yet, but it's called Policy Bridge. And you can access all these policies to read, and I can work on them and get them to you. The policies are just right there. It just facilitates the whole meeting, and it brings it up to the 21st century. Did either one of you want to add something about that?
I can just say we sat through a training that Mr. Archibald set up this week, and it was very thorough, and it had a lot of checks and balances for the approver chain. And it was very good for the policies, because right now, my side of it, where it's edited,
is there's a lot of folders and files and, you know, if you lose one word in there, it's not good, but all of this would be web-based. So say Mr. Parr wants to leave for vacation early and turn in his report early, he can just go ahead and put it on there and you can start looking at it as soon as it's posted. You wouldn't have to wait for me to have all of the reports at once. Which was kind of.
Okay, I have two questions. I have two questions. You go ahead.
What's the cost?
That was one of mine.
It's a $1,000 setup fee and then it's $10,000 a year.
10,000 a year. Okay.
Would there be a way that the board can get a demo of it? Either like November?
Yeah,
Could be the next step before we make.
good.
I would recommend that the board sees how it works. That way they can see the nuts and bolts of it.
And even this weekend, when you're talk to people.
Yeah.
And they'll tell you about it because, so I've never worked for a district that doesn't have board docs.
And we implemented it essentially. Again, it's to put your agenda in Robert's rules form so that there's no question about how you form it. It allows you guys to do executive session information where only you guys can see it.
There's filters so that only the board can view the information and then the board is some and then the general public is the other side and all the, like this meeting would be posted for the public to see 24 hours in advance-ish, if not a little bit ahead of time, but they can view it. They just go to meeting notes. Like you can go to my old district and just go to meeting notes and all the board stuff is there.
All of it or?
Just, I mean, the agenda.
Okay.
The agenda.
Okay.
Like
Because there's
it all
certain
has,
things I really,
right, no, it all has filters. So
Okay.
it's like, it's very good.
I'll set up a-
so
I would think that
I have
we
one
would
more
say,
question.
we would say more than $10,000 in paper in
Well,
a year.
I got something flying around.
Well, and
I have,
if you want to look at Bayfield or call it.
Okay.
okay, my question is, the reason I have paper forms is because I write. Will I be able to write on that? You know, take notes? If I'm reading something and I want to know, like budget, you know how I'm always saying, oh, I have a question. Can I highlight it? Is there a section for me to put
That's a
notes
question. I don't know. the
and
answer.
say, oh, you know,
Personalize it.
Yeah, I would ask
Can I-
how
can I
sticky
catch
notes
notes
would work
too?
with that though.
or would I have to buy a computer that has them? I used to have one that was awesome. But
You can add sticky notes to your computer and then you can, anyway,
if your computer has sticky notes, this one doesn't because I went cheap, but the one I had
You can
before
download
had
it.
sticky notes.
Yeah. But I think a demo would be great for the board to see
I think
that
so.
and
Yeah.
and ask those questions.
So could we have that for a work session next month?
You want the demo on the work session.
Okay. Any more questions about board doc?
Thank you.
Next question, next one. The 21-22 salary schedule. This blew me away. And I'm going to ask Cynthia to explain that, or Kyle, one of you.
Well, there's two parts to this, right? There's the actual salary schedule, and then we have a comprehensive review of the salary schedule. And would it be all right if I review the preliminary study of the salary schedule before we discuss the actual salary schedule? Okay, in your board docs, it's listed as the preliminary study of teacher salaries, and it was only the teacher salaries were addressed in this compression study. So the basic data,
I'm digging.
I think 4 pages of graphs and charts and
This one?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The basic data, total teachers, 2021, 22. So what we did is on the salary schedule for teachers, it starts with step 0 for a teacher with no experience down to 24, and then across determined by their education. BA 15, meaning 15 extra continuing education credits, 30, 45, and then a master's, 15, 30, 45, 60, and then. So the The percentages in this graph shows you how many teachers we have in that specific salary, grade, and step. The average salary across the board
I think
for all of our teachers is the $41,432.55. And then the median salary, which is the middle point of all of our salaries, is $40,814. So as you can tell, BA step 9 is as far as you can go without continuing your education. And that is the highest percentage that we have in any of this step and grade, which means we have 7.9% of our teachers stuck on step 9 in the BA. They can't go any farther without taking college credits, adding college credits, which we don't reimburse for furthering their education. Okay. So down at the bottom, you can see where 35.2% of our teachers fall under the BA, and then 35.8% fall under the MA. So that's approximately 70% of our teachers are in those two columns, grade steps. Now, if you go to the next page, what this does is it shows you where our budget is spent. Now, remember that on the first chart, 35% of our teachers are in the BA, and then 35.8% are in the MA. So on the second chart, you can see only 29.9% of the actual dollars spent is on that BA column, whereas 37.8% is MA or higher. So what this is telling you is that our median, her average salary is $41,432, but 56% of our employees are paid less than that, $41,000. And okay, I know that this is difficult to understand. So 56% of our staff is less than that median or the average salary, whereas 44% are above that average salary. But the actual finance amount is 50% of the dollars spent is to the 56 or less. So we're spending more money in that 44% of our budget and the above the average salary than below. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
According to this chart. So even though the majority of our teachers are below the average, we're spending more money above the average on those salaries.
And this is just certified.
This is just teachers. This is a preliminary compression study for just the teachers. This gives us a starting point to look at where we're at and what we need to do. So on the third page, you can show, mine is in color. So the blue section at the very top, we would have to make up that difference for those salaries in order for it to be equal across the board. And it's approximately 6% of less than the average salary. So our beginning salary all the way up to the average would need to be at least 6% increase in order to meet the 50% on both sides. And this last bar chart is just showing you the same thing. If you look at where the average or median point is on this chart between the 41 and 43, you can see the majority of the staff is less than that. Whereas there's a few that are above that, which accounts for the main portion of the budget. And then the last page I find really interesting. And this should answer quite a few questions in regards to some other areas that we discussed. Here's my notes. Okay, so if you look at the regional comparisons, now remember, these are average salaries. These are the beginning salaries for any of these school districts. This is the same point of the average salary. So if you start at the very bottom, look at the FTEs or full-time employees.
Yeah.
So Dolores has 21.
That's Dove Creek.
Dolores.
That's Dove Creek.
Yeah.
That's Dove
And
Creek, yeah.
then Dolores RE-4A has 51. Mancus has 33 and Silverton has 13. Okay, those are in the bottom section. Dolores RE-4A and Mancus RE-6 are both 4 days. And look at their average salaries. We're right in the middle. One is $200 less and one is $600 more. So they have 1/3 the amount of teachers. They work 4 days and yet their average salary is right where ours is. So if you go up and look at, for example, Bayfield and Archuleta, which still has lesser FTEs, their average salary is $50,000, $10,000 more than ours. That's just average. That's a huge,
Significant.
huge difference.
Mhm.
And so the teachers look at it as work per day too. And so
Absolutely.
Dolores and Mancus have 155-ish days or less.
Mhm.
And we work, our employees 179.
And the average salary is within $200.
So Kyle, I have a question. What are we doing differently? I think is a politically way to say that they can pay that much more than we are.
So in order to change salaries in the long term, it's very comprehensive. So they had to get together, really put their foots down and say, okay, for example, our district is going to hold teacher-student ratios here. We are going to pay this amount and this is going to be our priority. All the other secondary programs and everything is up for cut because we are going to stick to this. And it's not overnight, right? Like we could have this plan and it's going to be a 3 or 4 year transition into it.
But the number one priority would be teacher salaries.
That's how you do it, is you make that the priority and everything else is secondary. Because there's no more money coming here. I mean, we're trying to figure out ways to try and be effective and efficient. But in a sense, we have to say, this is what we want to do. This is going to be one of our plans as a district and we have to stick to it. And so when these things pop up that look pretty and shiny, we have to feel like we have a plan. We're sticking to our
Yeah,
plan.
do we have the money for that pretty shiny new
Right.
toy?
Because it's easy to do the shiny stuff, but we're talking the difference between tens of thousands to millions of dollars to make sure that we consistently pay people and give them their step off a new base in the future. Because the last thing you want to do is get 5 years down the road and be like, we got to do a reduction in force because we can't pay everybody the salaries that we set ourselves up for.
And so one thing we've been looking at is, so what Carl just brought up with building the base is, that's the base level of pay. And one thing that, if we don't build to the base for inflation and cost of living prices, then someone who was hired here today might have the same pay as someone who was hired here 5 years ago. And so it's, go ahead.
10 years ago.
Or 10 years. And so, and then to what Kyle was saying, the goal is we have to increase our pay for all of our folks. But we also have to be smart and we can't do it all at once. We have to create a 3 to 5 year plan to pay them, kind of like when cities and states increase the minimum wage, they usually do it in
Increments.
in increments. And so, you know, we would want to look at that. We would want to be very smart and sit together and make a plan for these, for the increments. But then we also have to look, like Kyle was saying, 10 years down the line to ensure the fiscal stability of this district so that we're ensuring that our teachers that are starting today, you know, I just got an email earlier today from a teacher who just started this year, and she was like, please approve the 4-year calendar because I'm exhausted. I've never taught before. But anyway, that's a different story. But to ensure that she, 10 years from now, is still getting, you know, a quality life and adequate raises. And so it's not about thinking about today, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. It's thinking 10 years from now with this brand new teacher, you know, and with the rate of our workforce attrition, I'm thinking a lot about brand new employees because we need them, and we need to ensure that not only do we get the best for our valley, because we've got great things going on here. We've got great organizations. We've got great families. And my job is to ensure that we keep recruiting great people as we, you know, grow our kids. But I think that this is huge. And we've been having these really exciting conversations. I mean, it's tough conversations because I get why the teachers say they're not being paid adequately. And this demonstrates it. So I appreciate your guys' hard work because seeing the numbers really.
Also, if you look at the basic data on the front page where it shows where the majority of our teachers are falling, they're not moving up. You know, they're staying stagnant.
They can't afford to.
You can't afford to.
You can't afford to go to school.
Right. I remember, you know, several years ago, I had a friend who she wanted her master's. She worked on her master's. And then when they put pencil to paper, it was going to take her 10 years to recoup that on our salary.
And please be aware of the cost of turnover.
Yeah.
To recruit, interview, onboard, orientate, train, mentor a new teacher for them to turn around after, let's say, 4 months of collecting entry-level wages, less taxes, $1,500 a month, and they cannot survive and turn around and quit and go to work someplace else. So the money that we're putting into recruiting isn't, I mean, it's just constant turnover, constant. It's very expensive. It's time consuming. It's taking our school principals and the mentors, the leaders in the school, the HR staff, our new teacher, so much time and energy and effort just to process one new employee for just a short term, and then it's all over again. Okay, so that is the information for the preliminary compression study, and I am open for requests to continue this study further or broader, or there's more information that you would like to see or have. I can continue working on this to provide that.
I would like to see more information at our next work session. And because I don't think we've even scratched the
Like
beginning.
more information across the board.
Well, I would like to put this on as an action item at our next board meeting.
As to how
How are we going to do this? And so we need more information from Cynthia and from Kyle to give us ideas. So can you be prepared for our next board meeting to show us how, like you said, we need to prioritize, and can you help us prioritize?
I think some of this goes, I'm sorry.
I would just say, based on where we're at in the year capacity, could we have a discussion next month and then possibly bring you a plan in December? Could the only reason
Sure.
I say that is we have an audit. going on
Because,
now, and I just-
okay, because the important thing is that at the beginning of next school year, I want us to have our ducks in a row.
100%.
And I think this
So-
would also give time to, because we have school consolidation conversations that might be happening.
They're all linked. just so you
Everything,
know.
everything
This-
is linked, yeah.
I think
This is-
everything's linked.
With the 4-day, the consolidation, the
Calendar.
salary schedule,
And the
all of this,
calendar.
yeah.
And this is all connected and right now we're formulating a plan. And before we articulate that plan, because we've sat and each one of these amazing people have specific duties that they're completing for us on behalf of how we're gonna do this, because it takes a plan. And the thing is we're in a space where I generally would not do this my first 4 months here. Like, to be honest, I would never do this. I would give you guys a year to get to know me. And then I would start to leverage the data that we had collected. But due to it's like the ingredients of a perfect storm, which I hate that movie because it just always broke my heart. But we are in a place where we have to not only talk to the community and provide you all with our data and what we're doing with our taxpayer money, because it's always lean and we always, we know that people pay for this school to run and we recognize that. However, we're in a space that we have to make some very challenging decisions, you guys as a board, and we have to provide you with the adequate data of several different opportunities. And then we get to choose, or you guys get to choose. But we just want to show you the data, show you the reasoning, give you the recommendations. And build a story to tell, because generally speaking, we wouldn't want to do it this way. We're just in a place where we're in crisis.
And I would also encourage the board to visit with Ms. Eldridge and Mr. Archbeck
Yes,
with your specific questions too, because this is going to be several conversations down the road.
yes.
So I think it would be good that each of us go in and talk. I mean, I have already yesterday and today. So it's looking good with some preliminaries. But I think it would just be good for everybody.
So this needs to come back as a discussion item, but I'm wanting to move to another step of this, because we do have on there salary schedule, which we've talked about, but we also have it on an action item. So can we please address why it's on an action item?
So what happened was in June, I brought you the preliminary budget. And that was approved based on a salary schedule, which was also created by the previous HR director and myself. When I looked at the policy, I realized that not only the budget has to be approved, but there's another check the box that the salary schedules have to be approved additionally. So essentially, the salary schedules have been approved because the budget was approved and the budget was based off of salary schedules. But our policy says that the board needs to approve our salary schedules annually. So in this, I hate to use the word check the box, but this is just something that needs to get done before the end of the year.
So we've been paying our teachers without us saying that it's okay to pay our teachers. That's what you're saying, or our staff. Let me rephrase that, right. We approved the budget, so
It's just a matter of making sure that we
checking the box.
and put out the salary schedule, make sure everybody knows that it was approved by the board.
And also, in order to make this public and put it on our website, it has to be, that box has to be checked before. So right now, we have last year's salary schedule, which is exactly the same as this year's, but it needs to be uploaded to the.
Which is sad to say, I'm sorry, but that's very sad. Okay, okay.
That was there.
All right, any questions? All right, donation from LOR Foundation to RE-1 staff appreciation, and I want to say,
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
so, did you read the information?
Cindy Hodge, I mean, this, the discussion of bringing some support, I mean, it was
This is-
really her looking at her new, her new teachers that she's helping coach, what she's seeing and what, what we can do to help. That's,
I think it's awesome.
I think this is awesome.
So, did everybody read that?
Yes.
It's the LOR.
Yep.
Do you have any questions?
No, when do we plan on?
It's an
She
action.
came just to answer questions, guys. She told me that.
Well, I think maybe the question, I mean, I had already an answer to this, but maybe not everybody understands about the foundation. Could you
Yes.
explain LOR Foundation to us?
and it's actually pronounced LOR, even
Okay.
though LOR stands for livability, opportunity, and responsibility. Do you want me to stand up?
That would be great if you'd come.
Okay. So most of you know me, but I just want to give some background because I know there's people watching. I've been a Cortez resident for 16 years, have worked in nonprofits in our community for a long time. And when this private foundation who had given money in community for the last 5 or 6 years decided they wanted to work in Cortez, they liked how our community was coming together to do work as groups. Our nonprofits were collaborating, you know, the Team Up Coalition, things like that. There were a lot of people working together in the community. So they were like, sweet, we want to be a part of that. So they hired me as their community officer. So my job is I go around, I meet with community members, I meet with individuals who just have ideas on how to maybe make an improvement or where they see a problem. Some of the other things that just kind of give a little bit more background that we have helped fund is the apprenticeship program that's now taking place at the Cultural Center. That was an idea for disengaged youth in our community that was brought forward, and we helped put funding towards that, which then helped them go get more funding, which was really nice. It kind of launched a program for them. So I had met with Cindy because we were actually really kind of talking about, you know, the recruitment issue and how do we have, you know, is there maybe an opportunity for support there? And then as we got to talking, you know, it just really came down to what she was seeing in her connection with teachers, with staff, things like that. So we started talking about ideas of how maybe some funding from LOR could help show support, which then came to this wrapped in support idea, which will be both figuratively and literally wrapped in support. There's blankets, there's opportunities for recognition at high school sporting events. There's money going into funding for supplies in the classroom, things like that. So it just kind of was very broad, but very, very driven by district staff, I would say. So
Perfect.
hopefully that helps.
Thank you.
Like I said, it is, you know, I'm always looking for the next idea and things like that as well. So whether that's a building idea, whether that's a community idea, this was also a good opportunity just to kind of share that as well, because it's not just for education or things like that. It's kind of all over the
For
board.
community.
Yep, for community.
Thank
So,
you.
yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions? All right, Fort Lewis College Teacher Education Program Partnership Information and Assurance page. Risha?
And so this is just looking to support Fort Lewis in with their upcoming teachers. And they
Hopefully
come,
we'll get some.
yeah, and they come and do their internships with us.
Right.
And so we've had this partnership in the past. And so this is just to continue that process.
Okay, fantastic. Any questions?
No, I think that's great.
Yes, I had several Fort Lewis student teachers. Okay, policies for discussion. Let's go here. EBAA, where is that? There it is.
It's sexual discrimination and harassment.
Okay, these are some that we're going to put in for second reading. So we changed GBAA. We changed.
It's the last piece.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay.
Sexual discrimination and harassment. And we added one sentence, sexual discrimination and harassment directs complaints to ACR1 and ACR2. Are there any questions? Okay, our next one. Mine are all out of order, is GBK. Oh, there was that, oh, okay. Oh, now mine.
We're trying to save paper.
Okay.
This is why we need board docs.
Staff concerns, complaints, and grievances. There were no changes, but we revised it to October 19th, 2021. Any discussion? ICA. School year, school calendar, instruction time. We added in the first paragraph, actively engaged in the educational process. Let me read the whole sentence. The number of hours and days of planned teacher-student instruction and of teacher-student contact must be consistent with the board's definition of actively engaged in the educational process. It must meet or exceed the requirements of state law and must include a sufficient number of days to allow the superintendent's flexibility in preparing a calendar that supports the district's educational objectives. And the next one, the board defines actively engaged in the educational process as time when students are working toward achieving educational objectives under the supervision of a licensed teacher. And then the next paragraph, we took out for the year 2020, 2021, and added the definition of actively engaged in the educational process. And then at the bottom, attendance will be recorded at least once daily for days with instructional hours are provided, meaning students is, but it says a student, so it should be are active. No, yes, actively engaged. That's correct. Is actively engaged in the educational process. And then it says actively engaged in the educational process does not include lunch, time students spend before school, recess, prep, teacher prep, and passing period. Any questions on that?
Was there anything in there before we put actively engaged in the
No.
educational process?
No,
it's just
that was just added.
inserted.
Board's definition of, okay, so.
And were these recommendations from Kathy?
Yes. Were they not? Yes.
I mean, we didn't have anything in there before.
No, we added that.
So it said the board's definition of nothing must meet or exceed the requirements of state law.
The board defines as time when students are working, okay, with that one. Board's definition, instead of saying it says must exceed, meet or exceed the requirements of state law. So of should have been
Okay,
highlighted also.
okay, okay,
Okay,
okay.
any other questions? Okay, JLCD, whoa, administering medications to students. And guys, I'm not going to read all of this, but I do have questions. And we do not have a school nurse here, do we? Is Jackie here?
No.
Before Cecilia was our nurse, and when marijuana first came into the school system, she said that it was that a nurse could not administer marijuana and keep her license, even though it was a doctor's order in school. Cynthia, can you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the law has changed.
It has changed. So now the nurses will not lose their license if they do this.
And from my understanding, because we worked on these other staff as designated can do it as well.
So
It's medicated,
if it's medicated,
medicine grade marijuana.
Right, because there are many rural schools that don't have adequate nursing staff as well.
okay, it says volunteer
So-
school personnel must do so. And then, so that took care of my question on that one. Any questions for anybody else? And maybe that's the one I wanted to stay on. It also said that students did not have to turn it in. Is that correct? They could keep the marijuana themselves?
Students may possess and self-administer the medication, but they have to have a prescription from a doctor stating.
So do they keep it in their locker or do they turn it into the nurse? I mean, it's pretty unclear.
It says that the school personnel don't store or administer, so I mean.
That's my concern.
They would keep it.
So can somebody help me on this?
It's kind of contradicting.
Well, no, not that so much, but I'm sorry, but we have teenagers in the school.
I know, but you couldn't just, you can't just have it, like you have to have written prescription
Yeah.
from a doctor, and so,
I understand that.
right, right.
So what's
Be housed in the clinic or?
It could be,
so could we ask, well, it says that the school cannot store it, so,
But they can hold the prescription or the doctor's note.
well, this is where I'm going with it.
well,
If they have
get
it,
more information, we could just pull it
Yeah.
if you like.
well, no, I just need some answers.
Okay,
My concern, let me just give you my concern, is that if a student, a rowdy student that likes to misbehave, understands that another student has marijuana in their locker for medication purposes, what's to keep them from breaking into the locker and taking it? We are dealing with teenagers. I think Stacy understands my concern. I taught too
totally
many
agree.
years with that, and so I'm just, you guys can decide. This is coming up to vote.
I do have another question about that. Is there a time where it discusses administration, like when they administer to themselves marijuana?
You mean a certain time that they can do it?
Yeah, like
I guess, but it says only once. It can only do it once, right? Drew?
where do they administer it to? Bathroom and-
I have never experienced a circumstance where we let kids have marijuana in the school in any capacity, so this is all new to me. This is the case.
well,
It
and
scares me, frankly.
Well, so-
As it should.
So you see where I'm coming from with this. I mean, I understand that kids need, for certain things, it works. But
But if it can only be
and it's not the
administered-
student that has it that scares me.
Yeah.
It's the students that know.
But if it can only be administered one time
So
in
they
an
only bring
8-hour
one,
period.
so they can bring just one.
Well, no,
pill.
wait, let me, if it can only be administered one time in an 8-hour period is what I'm understanding. 'Cause
So
I
they-
cannot- why can't it be administered at home and never brought to school?
So maybe it has to be done during lunch when they have food in their stomach. I don't know.
I think it depends on,
It's the board's policy. I just looked up another
Thank you.
district's policy on that same thing. And they did not adopt the CASB recommended language. They adopted it to have some parameters around it. And they require a designated location. They define the medical marijuana. They've defined permissible form. So there's other ways to utilize these policies. CASB gives recommended language and it's your policy.
Okay, so
so we can,
so we can rework it. So would,
Usually your attorney will help you with that.
so but it's on our agenda, so we have to vote. But we can vote no.
you can vote no on that one.
And then pull it and you have it come back. Or we can, or you can vote yes if you like it. Okay. Our next one is administering medication.
So we actually haven't dealt with this in Arizona yet. You guys are way more advanced in this.
It's coming. It's coming.
Well, and I think since it's
I know, it is.
at least before it was even
This one.
a law.
So the next one is JLCDR. And it's the regulation. And it has down there, unless these requirements are met, medication will not be administered at school, and it gives the list of it. Hopefully you guys have already read this. Okay?
So we can pull that one also.
If you want to. We don't have to vote yes.
What you want, you
No,
know.
I'm not gonna tell you what I want, but the board has their own decision.
I think they need to be both looked at the same time.
I think so
and approved at
too. I
the
mean,
same time.
that's
Okay, we can vote on that.
as well as JLCDE
Okay?
and JLCED.
So it all pertains to medical marijuana, so I'm not even going then, if that's where you guys are at. Our next one is JJ 80-2. That is student organizations. And the only change in that is in the third paragraph. And we pulled one sentence out of it, and the one sentence says lunch period is considered non-instructional time. We pulled that one sentence out.
Right, and that keeps this policy aligned with taking the recommendations from CASB. It also still keeps us in line with the federal regulation, the legal guidelines regarding the Equal Access Act and the recognition of student-led non-curricular groups.
And Tammy also pulled other policies, and they did not have that line in it. So all we are doing is conforming our policy to meet CASB, and
It's not dissolving the group, it's just, it's taken
Yeah,
that line out.
because we cannot dissolve the group.
No, we can't.
The groups that are already meeting will continue to meet for the rest of the year, and then whoever's on the next board makes the decisions on how they deal with it.
I just think the principals need to have that clear direction.
Right.
Help them have those parent conversations.
Okay. Is there anything that we need to put down for next month's discussion that we have not already put down?
Not yet.
Not yet. No, we are quickly changing. Okay.
An item earlier that we discussed.
That we asked you to put on there?
It was the first reading of IMB after we have the attorney suggestions.
IMD. Oh, that was the one that you gave me, and so that will come,
That will be at the work.
that will be at the work session, yes. Because we didn't have time to add to this. Yes, it was a late. Late.
I was late.
Okay, I adjourned our work session for 3 minutes. If you need to do anything, feel free. Be respectful and not visit with your neighbor. Okay, I need to hear a motion to set the agenda.
I make a motion to set the agenda by adding a couple items to the agenda. I'd like to add as letter K, the elementary wit and wisdom curriculum. And as letter L, to appoint a temporary secretary until the election is taking place.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Tammy with addendums.
Can you give me those letters again?
It would be
A and L.
K and L. Under action items number 12.
Okay, so the motion was made by Tammy, seconded by Cody. Any discussion?
So it's getting cutted.
Okay, call for the question?
President Wright, can we add items to the agenda?
Yes, we can.
Two missing board members that are absent.
Yes, we can, because it is a normal board meeting. It's not a special, it's
We
not
have
a special
we have a
meeting.
quorum.
I think that.
And we have a quorum.
Okay.
We have a quorum. It's a regular meeting. It's not special. If it was special, we could not add it.
I was actually considering that to add items, we have to have all the board members, and we have two absent board members at this time.
No, no, because it's a regular agenda, a regular meeting. I have my book. Do you want to look it up?
No,
I have
Okay.
mine too.
I do bring my book.
Hall.
Aye.
Putin.
Aye.
Joyce.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye. Okay, we do not have any student presentations. So approval of the minutes for September 21st and October 1st and October 5th.
I make a motion that we accept the minutes.
I will second it.
Motion was made by Stacy, seconded by Sherry Noyes. Any discussion?
I just had a couple of things here.
Okay.
They were just minor, like typo things, I do believe. And I don't know if I just need to get with you, Deborah, and you can change them, but one of the speakers at one of the meetings, Janet, her last name was spelled wrong. And then one of the dates is incorrect. It said a Friday, the 5th, I believe it was a Tuesday, the 5th for our special meeting. Okay. Highlighted somewhere. Yeah, Friday, October 5th. That should, I believe, say Tuesday. Yeah. And then also I would like to, one of the comments that actually was part of my comment, where it says, Sherry Noyes said the ESS sub shortage has been a building for a while. She appreciates the staff that shared their thoughts and frustrations because we usually don't hear about it until it is too late to help. I don't believe I worded it that way, too late to help. Because I just, bring it to our attention so we can help or find some kind of a solution. Not that it's too late to help.
All right.
I was like, whoa, no. So that was it for me.
Make sure we get to the right, get in the right section.
I'm sorry, did you know which section?
No.
Oh, sorry. That was
Page 5,
of which set of meeting.
of the first, it's,
September 21st,
yeah, of the regular board meeting.
and it was under
Number
item 9A.
9A. I'm sorry, Deborah, 9A.
All right.
And that was the same one with the, I think with our speakers. I think it was in that same meeting.
What did you want it to say that?
Oh, well, it was just, so we can help, so that we can find some kind of a solution or get it to the right people. Not that it's too late to help, like, sorry, it's too late. Hang on.
So you want to say,
I don't know how I worded it in the minutes, but it, yeah.
say, you can share your thoughts and frustrations because we don't usually hear about it.
Yeah, because, yeah,
Just, and stop there.
yeah, well, we
Just
don't
leave
usually-
out until.
Well,
it's too
you can
late.
put in there because I did say that usually because if you bring it to our attention, then we can address the issue. Right, is probably how I said that, so.
Okay. Any other corrections? Call for the vote?
Pauls,
Aye.
Putin,
Aye.
Noise,
Aye.
Will,
Aye.
right?
Aye. Celebration reports. They are a softball team.
Co-champions.
They made it to state,
Mhm.
so I'm so proud of them.
Deborah, what time Thursday morning are we to help send them off?
They're lining up at 8:45 and they'll leave the high school at 9.
Let's just make it a crowd event and line up our streets.
Yeah.
Yes,
That would be wonderful.
I'll be out of town, but my heart will be there. And Risha and you will be out of town also. So, but our hearts will be there.
And I know our golf, we had 2 golfers named the all conference.
Oh,
All
good.
state.
All state.
All state. And I think if I'm not mistaken, don't we have middle school play coming up?
Yes.
When is that?
Weekend of November 3rd and 4th, something like that, Saturday matinee. So we'd love to go out and see the play.
Will you have put it on the announcements or something so we can remember? Thank you.
And Christy usually, so
I don't get them.
we need to contact Christy to get on the.
Yeah, 'cause I don't get middle school.
I don't get middle school announcements.
No, and we did have Tammy Hooten awarded with the McGuffey Award, which is a
Yes.
CASB award for outstanding
Board member.
board members. So she was presented with a McGuffey Award.
So. Anything else that we have not, is there any academic celebration reports?
I see where the scholarships are starting to be announced for colleges,
Nice.
acceptance
And
letters.
the FAFSA is out, and working with them now,
So glad they moved the FAFSA.
so,
Yeah, those kids are working hard.
When's
It knows
on the
accept-
run?
what?
Sure, last month we recognized Kemper. Mesa Elementary also showed improvements in their CMAS overall scores.
Really? Fantastic.
Yay.
Thank
Nice
you.
job,
I like to hear
Lisa.
academic celebrations. Anything else?
Playground at Lewis Ariola is
Yes.
almost completed, and the middle school one is being erected as we speak.
When I went by today, I saw the crane out there with all the kids running around. I was going, I'm glad I'm not through.
Nurses might not be as excited about it as the kids.
But yes, I could see everything going up. It looked awesome.
Yeah, I saw the one out at Lewis. It looks nice.
I haven't, I'm gonna have to
Went up quick, like a week. Just 10 days, something like that, very fast.
Anything else? This is the fun part. Superintendent reports. Okay, folks, we have spent 2 hours discussing things. So hopefully you have read the reports. And so as I go through, if you have any questions, ask them, but I'm not going to ask the directors to read it to us because we do know how to read. So Dr. Vanderway, what do you have to say?
And so with that being said, our goal was, when it comes to the reports, my staff anyway is pretty good at providing the reports in a timely manner. I, however, am not quite so good. But I just want you to know that what we had discussed is, you guys can read the reports ahead of time, because what we've been doing is we've been reading through them, but we feel like that's a duplication of effort.
Yes.
And so if you have any questions for me in regards to my report, and I do have to say that I was reading it the other day and there is a typo because it's not for the month of August, it's for the month of September. And so I apologize for that. But So if you have any questions for me, please let me know. And then as we go through the staff reports, we're not going to go through each of them, but if you have any questions, it's a great opportunity because we're not here to not discuss things. So do you have any questions for me in regards to my report?
I actually want to thank you for putting yourself out there to all the different board meetings that you're going to,
Yes.
for council meetings, county commissioners, city council. I think that that's a great positive thing for our community to see that taking place.
See you involved, yes.
I think that's a great idea.
Well, thank you. And I can tell you one thing. We are all one family. You know, we all rotate around a similar hub. We're all in the city, we're all in the county. And we are Montezuma-Cortez School District RE-1, and we're going to become the best employer in this valley, right? And that's my goal. And that's all of our goals here. And so that being said, if I don't know what the county is dealing with, then I don't necessarily know what you all are dealing with. If I don't know what the city's struggles are, then I don't know what town folk struggles are. And if I really believe that we're going to be a unified group of people, you know, I'm a nonpartisan person. I represent all you. And so it's my duty to be aware of what's going on so I can understand, you know, where we are and where we live. And so I just want to say that it's a joy, and I really enjoy getting to know the folks in the community and how hard, you know, like the sheriff's office and the police department and the coroner, like all these people, what they see is our families, you know, and so it's just really important to me as well. So thank you.
I appreciate the end of your report where it says recommendations on what you're planning on doing, where you're going.
Yeah.
I think it helps us to know the direction you're going so we can make sure that we're on board with you. So thank you. All right. Any questions to Dr. Vanderway?
Thank you for your report.
Okay, moving right along. Ms. Richards?
Do you have any questions or clarifications on my report?
Yes, you talked about the charter renewal. When are the charter renewals due?
We're only renewing one this year that's closed.
Okay,
And they have submitted it. It will come to the board for a final vote in January. So you will receive, I'm still working with their committee right now, worked with them quite a bit today. You'll receive their charter in November, mid-November, and then you'll have over a month to look it over before you have.
thank you. That's awesome because generally we get it tonight. So
No, we're already almost done.
I appreciate that. So thank you. And thank you for giving us a list of the grants. Oh my gosh, that was a lot of work, but it helps us as a board know where we're going and what direction we're going so that we can help you.
Did you get the bullet points I put about the grants? Sometimes
I
there's
did.
a lot of questions about sustainability, but actually you can't get a grant anymore without
Sustainability. And, you know, and I have been asked to sign grants when it's over. And if it's a large sustainability, for instance, you know, many thousands, 20s, 40s, 50s.
hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, then I would kind of like to know before somebody puts my name, stamps my name on it. So, and that's what I appreciated was the fact that you're giving us the information that we need.
There's more information if you want it. We just tried to condense it, and then there are 2 copies because the first one cut off the total. So-
Yeah, okay.
That's why it seemed duplicate.
Okay.
I was like,
And so, just so that people know, we have some busy people. It is $13,528,113 in grants.
Plus carryovers.
Plus carryovers, yeah. So understand that people writing grants are keeping us afloat. So, thank you. Is there anything else that you'd like to ask us, Richard?
I've been approached by multiple parents about the issue of the transgender children at the high school using the restrooms.
Oh,
The possibility of being in the locker rooms and the fact that we've got kids who are feeling very uncomfortable with those situations. I understand our hands are tied in a lot of those situations, but their questions are, where are their kids' rights? And rightfully so. I understand all the legalities. I read the legal things but I do understand their issues too. And these kids don't feel comfortable. And I think that the one thing that we need to be aware of is that we're concerned about the safety of all our children. And I want these children to be safe too, but I also want these other kids, these kids of these parents who have contacted me, to also feel safe and comfortable and not threatened in their school also.
So I would respond to that and say that we want everyone to have a safe environment in which to go to school, and an inclusive environment as well. And so I did provide the legal memo for you, so you would understand where the school's position has to be. And then just as we, for transgender students, allow them to put together a support plan with the counselors, students who are not transgender and who are, I don't even know the right words to use, but who feel uncomfortable in any way or unsafe, they have equal rights and equal access to their school counselor to put together a support plan for themselves. So their same rights are existent in every way equally as anyone. So they may feel uncomfortable, and so they need to address that with their counselor and let their counselor put together a support plan for them, so they feel protected and they feel safe in their environment. It's not just for one particular group of students, it's for all students.
Okay. And I definitely will. Yeah, that's great information to have. And I appreciate that very much. Very much.
yeah, that's valuable information. Is it possible to have a female teacher in the restrooms during passing time and a male teacher in the boys' restroom? Because it goes two ways. And, I'm concerned for all students, and I don't want anybody being bullied or pushed around. And I can see it happening in the boys' room as easily as the girls.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
It's currently almost impossible to do that.
Because we have no
Students
staff.
go to the restroom all day long,
Right.
not just during passing period or lunch. We don't have a locker room issue right now based on schedules or for next semester either. We are looking at that concern. There's concerns on all sides of that issue. So for the restroom right now, we are closely observing, but we don't have a staff member in the restrooms, every restroom of the building during passing periods. We can't do that.
well, the awesome thing is the girls have stalls, the boys do not. And so that kind of puts someone at a disadvantage. So anyway, just know that we're concerned, and I appreciate you saying that they have the right to go have their plans done also. And that's important. Any more questions for Ms. Richards? Hey, moving right along, Mr. Archibald.
I provided your report, several different items. A lot of action items we'll be going over for approval later on. So if you have any questions, I can answer now. If not, we'll have more discussion. Okay. I'll get you more information later on.
So Kyle, I have a question. I know I had the answer given to me, but I just wanted to reiterate on the budget under expenditures for September 30th, the Board of Education, since we haven't gone anywhere, the 17,000 that was paid out, that was our annual CASB dues of 12,500 that help us with PD professional development for us, as well as policies, recommendations as well, correct?
Right, that's a recurring expense that happens every year to make sure we have CASB. And then the rest of it is just encumbered for the travel that's gonna take place this weekend, and anything that's happened before that, so.
And also the conference.
The winter
Like
conference,
seasonal,
right?
So.
That was mine, but then Deb explained it to me. So, thank you. Director of Student Services. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Park?
I do. Are on, under the curriculum review and next steps, as we spoke, that if we did eliminate wit and wisdom at the elementary level, you already have some supplement materials together for those teachers?
We have been researching and looking at possibilities. Depending on where board decisions lay, we will take our next steps following.
So a follow-up on that question is, I have gotten a lot of emails and comments about wit and wisdom is highly recommended by CDE for the RE Act. Is that correct, and where does it stand?
Well, per the current list that CDE issues, wit and wisdom does not show up on their primary list, but it shows up on the secondary supplemental list of programs.
So it's not highly recommended, and it's used only as a supplement.
It's recommended
As a supplement, yeah, I should say that. Say that one. Okay, because when we start looking at this, I don't want people thinking that if we decide to go one direction, that we're disregarding what CDE is recommending.
Well, and that list is available to anybody. It's on the CDE
CDE website, yes.
Under
Thank you.
the Act.
Okay,
And then lastly, I just wanted to make a comment to the board. As you know, I went and visited the middle school with the wit and wisdom curriculum that's being used there. And because we passed our resolution with the CRT, the teachers have been very supportive and cooperative to vet out, to make sure they're not teaching that particular part, and that we're still maintaining the diversity. So the 3 teachers I visited, thank you for allowing me to be in your classroom. What I did like about the curriculum was the format and the structure, and just how I was able to flow through. Even though the committee also recognized that it's a supplement, but keeping the committee together to be able to help vet that out, the teachers are very supportive of that as well. So I just wanted to bring that up as a positive. It's not ideal, but at this point in time, I don't see pulling the rug out on a curriculum that the teachers have not had in 7 years. So that's just wanted to make that point out to the board.
thank you. Any other questions? All right. Yeah, Ms. Eldridge, anybody have any questions for her, or do you want to add anything?
No, does anyone have any questions for the overabundance of information that I've
Like 100 pages.
Yeah, it was very nice. Yeah. But no, it was greatly.
following
Thank
through
you.
with what I said initially, that as I received this information, Survey Monkeys and our EMBS insurance utilization, I'll be providing this to the board, and so especially quarterly, please expect to receive everything that I do. I mean, I think it's very important that I remain transparent with the board and all of this in order to keep our benefits, salaries, and employees.
Thank you.
And happy.
And the exit surveys that you gave us, it helped me understand, because I know that I came in lots of times asking, well, why are they resigning? Why are they leaving? And so this helps. Some have jobs, some, well, most of them have other jobs that pay better than we do. So we need to take care of our salary.
You know, I did
but
not
thank you.
receive a lot of those surveys back this last month. For the amount of people that did resign, there was only just barely a handful that did report. And I plan on resending that out to them again and asking them to please provide that information, because it is very valuable.
It is.
I can't make them, I just.
No, it's a voluntary, but I just appreciated the ones that we did receive, because it helps me understand what's going on. Because as a board member, we don't always know. We're not in the trenches. So there's so much that we don't know and understand until we read something like that. So thank you.
And I have a question. I mean, obviously this list is enormous. So
Yes. Clinical shortage.
like Drew, but I mean, 1, 2, 3, 7 positions. Do you have those positions? Do you have someone in those positions
We
right
have
now?
long-term subs.
Okay.
For example, world language, math interventionists, paraprofessionals, art, PD, ESS teachers. I mean, we are recruiting and we are hiring, but we have long-term subs in most. There's some.
We've got 3 long-term subs, it may be 4, trying to think off the top of my head, but we do have a number of positions that are unfilled, that we have been unfilled since the beginning of the year.
And what are you doing with, I mean, what do you do with those
He's in the office and-
He's a sub. Drew's been a sub.
I'm sure Drew
His
is a
assistant
sub.
principals have been subs. He's been pulling, and that's what we were trying to explain earlier.
Yeah,
He's been pulling everybody.
We have a critical shortage.
yeah, absolutely. I mean,
We have teachers that are in the middle school who give up their planning time to go cover those classes.
Our entire electives team for the entirety of the year has taken an extra class, just so we can.
okay,
And we addressed that in the
Right.
last meeting in order to bring that salary.
right, okay. I mean,
It's like that in every,
in every building,
in
I
every
mean,
building. We have hired several ESS paras.
I saw that, yeah, was nice.
That's been an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah. I mean, what floors me, and I'm dating myself, I'm sure, but
You probably
PE
are.
teachers, hey, PE teachers used to be a dime a dozen. I mean, and we can't find
We
PE
have
teachers
long-term sub at the high school
and at the middle school.
and at the middle school, and we have the opening at Lewis that we cannot fill.
I mean,
Special.
me, myself, I mean, PE is very important, is as important to me as math is.
Well, if you're an
Because if we
elementary
don't-
student, you better have.
You gotta have those kids out moving. They've
The
got.
4-day a
if you
week
don't-
schools do have extra.
Yeah.
So if we, become the employer of choice, we won't have
Yeah,
this issue. And we have to make those decisions. And
my heart breaks for you guys right
Yeah.
now.
They are doing amazing things.
That's what they get all those big bucks for, isn't it? We are talking salaries here. It's going to get better. Do you have anything to say as staff?
For Mesa, we just hired the last paraprofessional for CSS. We just had our COVID custodian start today, so Mesa's afloat.
That helps.
That's good, okay.
Amber just hired 2 teachers as well to fill our 1st and 4th grade positions. We still have an intervention position open and a para position open, but
We're getting closer.
Did we ever get the
J1?
J1s teachers, all of those are
They're
here?
in Manat, aren't
We
they?
have 3. There's one that just received her passport and now is waiting for her visa interview, which she should be through within, hopefully, by November.
Okay.
But there was a delay in her passport.
Thank you.
Any more staff? Okay. Board reports and requests. Tammy, do you have anything to say?
Nope, just looking forward to the delegate assembly and
Sharon?
I will just give a report from the BOCES. I'm the representative for our BOCES. We just had our meeting, this is, last week, and we are narrowing it down. Probably in November, well, actually in December, I think we will be down to me and maybe one other will be the only ones that will remain on the board, and everybody else will be brand new. So there'll be a big learning curve for a bunch of folks there. I would just like to say that as of right now, Adria does an amazing job with the BOCES. I don't hear anything locally. I've heard a couple of issues that I've actually gotten in contact with Adria, and I haven't gotten any word back on a couple of things that need addressed. And but as far as BOCES and their eSchool and them taking on some of our kids, they've been a huge support for us. I mean, and like I said, we don't have once Adria came on, she took care of a lot of problems, I do believe. And if we still have them, she's working on them. So if anybody does have any issues with BOCES or any of the anything like that, just let me know and I can get it addressed if you aren't able to.
Stacy, did you have anything to say? Cody? Nope. I attended our health meeting, and I've got to say that Ms. Richards did a wonderful job in conducting that and doing that. We met with school nurses, Dolores and Mancus and Cortez and Toya, correct? And then we had one medical person on this time. The county health nurses were there. Our COVID numbers have been up, but I live in perpetual faith that they're going to be going down. But that was the main reports that we had there. And the other one was our safety meetings. I attended that via Zoom. And again, Ms. Richards did a phenomenal job. She had a little video that was fantastic. She's working with the police, the fire, county, everybody. And she's doing a great job because we are ready. So thank you. Anybody else have anything to say? All right, moving right along. We are now to the part that you guys have all been eagerly waiting for. Citizens address the board. Remember that we will only go for 1 hour and you will be limited to 3 minutes. Sherry will be setting the timer. Please respect everybody that is up here by not talking. It is important. If somebody has something to say, they deserve your attention. So my first one, and I can't read writing well, is Madeline Rooney.
Board members and community members. It's great to be here. I've been sitting in for probably the last 4 or 5 months, being very green and wondering when to engage. So here I am today, and I hope to be of support. I don't want to be a problem. I really appreciate you. I appreciate what you do and the time that you put forth for the community. And I understand that we truly are in a crisis situation. And so the process to get from A to B is going to be taking some time. And I'm just here to be another voice of support. My husband and I moved to Cortez 3 years ago for the sole purpose of being near family and being involved with our grandchildren. We gotta say, we had no idea it would look quite like this, but it's all good. I applaud you for your time in working with parents in our community on behalf of our children. Better put my glasses on. From the first work session, I'd like to make a comment. I appreciate what Ms. Elridge said regarding school consolidation, how she placed importance on the kids. Number one, teachers to teach. Number two, the quality of education, which speaks to curriculum. I am in full support of replacing wit and wisdom with the approval of parents and community and that meets state standards, a curriculum that meets state standards. I cannot say I agree with you, Tammy. I need to hear more about your approval of wit and wisdom at this point. I am currently a part of the curriculum committee, and I want you to know that I'm volunteering my time in any way I can to engage in the process of selecting a new curriculum. Number one, my questions are to you. Number one, what will be taught in the meantime? Number two, as a grandparent, considering our grandsons, can we opt out of inappropriate material, i.e. books? What would that look like? Regarding the 4-day week, teachers, I don't understand why teachers are so stressed. What had to be, what is at the root of that? With the exception of a crisis, I feel this is an error to put teachers before the students and the parents. What is on the plates of the teachers? Teachers should be teaching. I don't know what kind of extracurricular they are having to go through, with the exception of, you said, they're scattered. They're having to be placed here and there. I don't understand why the teachers are so stressed. So that, I think, is a bigger picture. And so much more.
3 minutes are so fast.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next one is Sherry Simmons. She's gone? Okay. Our next one, Susan.
Kenneth.
Kenneth?
Kenneth.
Kim. I know you. Okay.
It's just one of those things. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much. You board members are really important to us in the community. I attended a meeting with Joyce Rankin, and she was speaking about the reading rates in Montezuma County. And they have a new program. It sounds pretty good, and it sounds like it might be advancing our numbers. But then I thought it was kind of reprehensible that our passing rates for reading was only 40%. And it just shocked me. It really shocked me, because I grew up in a very rural, tiny area, went to a tiny school, and everybody passed the reading right away. If you cannot read, you cannot do anything. You can't learn. I mean, even math, you can't learn math. You have to be able to read the instructions and understand them. And so I'm hoping that you can somehow get rid of all this extra, unnecessary stuff out of the curriculum and just teach the basic things. And the rest of that will come to those students. They learn from being around other students, from listening to parents and teachers. They don't need this stuff that teaches them and dumps them down. Take that out of there, then you'll have more time to spend getting those students to read. And please don't pass them on when they can't read. They aren't stupid, they'll learn. They will learn. I don't care which one it is. It might take them a little longer. You might need to give them more push to get them going, but please do not pass them to the next grade if they cannot do the work that they're supposed to. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlin here? Oh, Sharon. Sharon. When you stood up, I knew who you were.
This is just really short, but this kind of has to do with the mass situation, and I'm from Mesa, and we're really big on parent involvement, so COVID has taken a lot from us, and but I would like to speak about my concern about the elementary schools having the traditional Thanksgiving meal with parents. That's 100 parents coming into our buildings, bringing kids from all different cohorts together, which we've been trying to keep separate. And it just sounds like a big super spreader event. And if someone should test positive for COVID, we have to shut down our entire school. So far, we haven't had to close our school. And we know that that is the best way to teach our students is in person. And so I just don't want us to risk losing that opportunity to teach them in person. So I'd just like you to think about maybe postponing it. Maybe we can have some different gathering at a different time, but I just don't feel like this is the right time.
Thank you. Janet Hall. She here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I say your name correctly this time?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I'm happy.
Okay. So I just want to read you something from the district website. It says, what does the school board not do? They do not evaluate staff other than their employee and superintendent. They do not manage day-to-day operations. They see to it that the system is well run by professionals. They do not represent special interests or partisan politics. They do not make decisions on items brought up during citizens address the board. Items that require action must be on the agenda prior to the meeting. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Raleigh Cato. Did I say your name correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'm Raleigh Cato. I don't know all of you super well, but I work with students in your district. I'm a school psychologist for the San Juan BOCES, which means that I have a background in child development, the typical trajectory of human development, and the broad scope of humanity and the ways that we can be delayed or disabled. So I work specifically with children with disabilities. I help children learn, I help teachers teach, and I tell little ones that I help principals sometimes. But that's because I have an individual view, the systems view. And I'm here because some very important teachers who I work with asked me to be here to speak on the importance of masks and safety for our children. And I felt really empowered to do that because I was asked to. Humans don't weather stress well. This is a physiological symptom of humanity. When we are under prolonged stress, like we are now, we don't handle things the way that we usually would. And giving children especially a sense of security and safety, reducing the ambiguity and the questions that they might have, helps reduce our stress levels for us as adults as much as it does for children. And we know that the developing brain does not develop as well under stressful conditions. So that is true for all of our students right now. Every single child living in our world is stressed more than usual. Our teachers are stressed more than usual. Our families are stressed more than usual. I am stressed more than usual. I'm human. There's been some studies that have shown that when children were out of school, they didn't have daily access to teachers who would ask them, how's it going? Things okay at home? They didn't have access to a school counselor or school psychologist or the range of school staff, including nutrition, janitorial, other caring adults in one's life who can just check in and say, hey, how's it going? So all those things that reduce stress in our lives haven't been present when we're not in person and learning. For me, that's the biggest connection to mask wearing. Because when we wear masks, we reduce the likelihood that our children will be out of school and out of touch with those caring adults. As well as giving clarity to students that there is something that they can do in this pandemic. They can put a mask on and protect their friends, they can protect themselves. That gives them a sense of agency, a sense of control, which helps the growing brain figure out who you are in the world. And when our children feel safer, our adults are less stressed. Because to a previous comment, our teachers are dealing with so much more than teaching. Our teachers are dealing with mental health crises. Our teachers are dealing with a global pandemic. Our teaching staff are being asked to be caregivers, teachers, mental health providers, and so much more that they weren't trained to do, just like I wasn't taught to teach. I was taught to support teachers and students and how to learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Morris?
My name is Michelle Morris. I'm going to touch on just a couple different things tonight. In the work session this evening, you guys were talking about administering of medications. I do have a student that has a self-administer program with the school. I'm not familiar with the medical marijuana situation, but I do believe that no matter what you do with the administer medication, please take all students into account and don't leave the ones out that already have their self-administer packets, and they go through the program and they go through the process with the school to make sure that their student is on that medical administer list. And there are protocols that they have to do and that they have to get from the doctor to the school. So when you work on that, make sure that you touch on that with there is a proper process with that self-administer protocol. Second off, teachers and maintaining teachers. We have teachers that live in our district that teach in other districts. They can go to the other district and come home before our students are ever even out of school. We might want to think about our actual class day, whether starting it earlier in the day or something of that sort. Another thing with maintaining teachers, my students are both in high school. I have one student who is in a freshman 0.5 credit class that should be the simplest class on earth. And the teacher says that over 87% of his students are flunking. There again, it is a mentality, I think, state that we also need to work on with our schools, and not just the students, but the staff. When teachers have to stand there and are allowed to have a student curse them up one side and down the other and are not allowed to do anything about it, that wears on the teacher and wears on the teacher to the point to where they're done and they don't want to work. We have got to get a mentality with teachers and students together that brings everyone up, and not just to where they're allowed to curse whenever and whatever at whatever teacher. So 87% of your freshman health class students are flunking, and health class should be simple. And there again, the teacher relays that to the mentality or the surrounding of everything, what's going on to our students.
Thank you. Nina Duncan?
I've never done this before, so here I go. And my voice right now is for a colleague of mine. She has little kids, so she couldn't come this evening. Andrea Hattershry, teaches second grade. I've been very disappointed in the actions of the school board members as of late. The people who are supposed to keep us and the students safe are instead pushing their own ideals and agendas onto us and ignoring the consequences. I've listened while a board member has used her religion to say that students don't need masks instead of following scientific data. This same board member wants to make a fool of us and prove that masks don't work. How exactly is that on the teacher's side? Who is she trying to help? The board stands as the face of the school district, while the teachers are the bodies facing the blowback of decisions that you make. Teachers are receiving abuse from parents because we are the ones who must enforce what you decide. This is hurting our relationships with our parents. And because of that, the relationships of our students suffer. Relationships we have worked very hard to build. It is hard to teach students without those relationships intact. I've heard the snide comments about how teachers don't care about student safety and are selfish. I have listened to how we don't know how to do our jobs correctly, and you need to pass orders telling us what we can and can't say in our classroom. I've watched as you try to use every trick in the book to try and stop clubs and groups of marginalized students from meeting at lunch. I've watched as this board takes into consideration the mindset of a small but extremely loud group of the community that disregards what teachers and students have to say. I've heard broken promises about how board members will sub in classrooms when needed. Has that been done even once? We could sure use the help right now. Our schools are hurting. They're on the brink of shutting down because there's no one to teach. The teachers are hurting because they don't feel represented or cared about. We feel ignored. But most importantly, our students are hurting, and none of you seem to care. Also, this part about phone calls to board members to make votes is ridiculous and shady. As a board, you are supposed to be transparent in your decisions and actions. Phone calls don't involve anyone else are not transparent. It's deceitful. I wish you would all reassess why you're here and what you're supposed to be doing for the people you represent, because this is not it. When your teachers are begging you for help and telling you what they need, please listen. We are in the schools and we know what the schools need. That's from Miss Andrea Hatterschrei, second grade. I'm Gina Duncan. I teach first grade at Mesa. This is my 31st year. And I want to address wit and wisdom. In 31 years, I've never seen a literacy program so strong, full of beautiful literature, and the kids just thoroughly enjoy it. And we get so much out of this program. It is not a reading program, but it is a very, very well done literacy program for the kids. And I thoroughly enjoy it for the small town. But thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Robin Richards.
It's actually Robin Richard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the camera there.
Yes.
Yeah, can everyone hear us?
If you speak loud enough, they can.
The mics are up here.
Okay, got it. So anyway, I'm Robin Richard. For all of those who don't know me, I'm a physician who's been here for 18 years in the community, served this community. I have never been to a school board meeting. I don't have children, but I have nieces who are young, and I care about the health and well-being of every single person in this community. And that is what I have dedicated my profession to. So that is the space from where these comments are coming. Racism is a severe chronic illness in our society. It's one of many severe chronic illnesses in our society. And I'm just going through my notes here because I'm nervous. Individual people's and communities' actions can either perpetuate these illnesses or heal these illnesses. I cannot stress that enough. It's a fact that there's institutional racism. And it's a fact that there's a lot of biases in our society that those of us who are white and have privilege don't recognize that harms our communities. These are facts. You can go to Harvard and do bias testing, implicit bias testing. You will find things about yourself that maybe you won't like. But it's important for societies to understand these illnesses and the harms and wounds that they cause in order so that these societies can heal and be healthy and well. My hope with the board's action is that the intention is not to stifle discussion and understanding of the very real experiences of millions of Americans in our society, including people in this room, of institutionalized racism, implicit bias, bigotry, and the list goes on. And there's many examples of this. Flint, Michigan, subprime loans, disproportionate incarceration rates. I mean, these are facts. Not acknowledging these issues and making policies that can stifle explorations of such topics makes the school unwelcoming, I imagine, for staff and students. And it perpetuates the illness of racism across generations, which is why we are at, to a large degree, where we are today with racism. I would strongly encourage the reconsideration of any policies that stifle learning about the very real diseases in our society, because learning about diseases is the first step to curing diseases. And with that, I appreciate everybody listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Annette Ward? Annette Ward? Let me try to talk about our kids.
All right, guys, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be a little gruff. We've all been wasting a lot of our children's valuable time. At this point, all of us adults are responsible for holding them back. There should have been no hesitation whatsoever to just getting our children read, act, and state standard approved core curriculum. Instead, we've been getting to know our stakeholders, focusing on what powerful individuals care about and what motivates them. Our stakeholders' abilities to influence other people. Some of us has been being selective with human resources and our audiences. Being very careful to allow said stakeholders to only hear what we personally want achieved. We have been endangering our children and our students by following the money, bringing in unhealthy clubs, unhealthy surveys, outside entities and people, and government-regulated grants. Grants that we can't even adhere to the guidelines to. Who's going to suffer when we have to pay the READ Act grant back? Our children and our teachers. We have also been making many excuses of failing staff. However, we're exhausting them with meaningless tasks like monitoring harmful surveys, elective clubs, Chromebook technologies, helping kids get caught up after the survey and their behavior, and monitoring compliant behavior points. Children cannot attend school activities, even if their grades are up, work's done, and their behavior and attendance is good, because of compliance behavior points. They have no lockers because they have no books. No books, no writing, no spelling, no phonics, 8 hours of screen time. At my house, 30 minutes to an hour. The dumbest excuse I've heard so far is poverty. Poor children are not stupid. They can be successful with the proper tools. We've overlooked the very stakeholders that make our foundation, that builds the foundation, that is the foundation of our education. Our children. Because if it wasn't for them, none of us would be here and this organization wouldn't exist. The only true pandemic we have is not a virus. It's the agenda and ideologies being pushed in the current curriculum. It's social emotional learning, and it's being forced into every corner of our community. Stop messing with our kids' psyches and teach them what they need. And if you cannot get us what they are legally entitled to, maybe you can help us get transportation to somewhere that will.
Thank you. Robert Moore.
Good evening, board member. My name is Robert Moore. I work for RE-1 Transportation. I have a few questions about this new 4-day-a-week calendar. First of all, I already had a couple of questions down here, so I'm just going to throw all these out there. Will the current contracts be upheld? 2, will new contracts be written and issued and signed by us, all contract holding personnel? 3, will all contract employees lose the 21 days starting at the end of January, the first week of January until the end of the school year, and the 3 days of holiday pay that will also be lost? Do these contracts only apply, or does these only apply to us as bus drivers, or does it apply contractually across the board to everyone? That's another question. This continues into the next calendar year. Will Friday be a paid day for bus drivers or not? Seems like an easy question. And if it does go into the next school year, will bus drivers who currently start out at $13.63 an hour get a big pay increase to compensate for the loss of time and hours and money? As these questions need to be answered, along with how many bus drivers are going to lose their insurance and have not already lost it from the cuts from last year. Also lost considerable pay due to the routes being cut. All I ask for is, before any action is taken on this, that you consider these questions amongst yourself. Be fair, be honest, be truthful, be upfront. If you want to cut transportation, tell us, cut it. It's okay. I'd rather have the truth blunt and in my face than get stabbed in the back come next year when it comes contract time. For the first part of this year, teachers get paid off due to COVID contact rules. Bus drivers, we're still on the road every day. We have 2 subs, 2, to cover 20 routes. That's it. And we got 1 sub that was currently our secretary. She's out right now to cover. We've been having to pull a mechanic to drive routes. Unreasonable. Comes up, it seems the transportation department always gets trimmed first. I can understand that. We're the weak link. We're the only one that provides transportation for kids to and from school. I understand that. I know teachers work hard and deserve a pay raise. I'm all for that. Our teachers do. They probably get paid less than anybody else in the state. I have to believe that. So do bus drivers at $13.63 an hour. Start. Seems that our school district wants to follow what other school districts are already implementing. I guess if other school districts want us to jump off a bridge, or they want to jump off a bridge, we're going to follow them. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alan Mays.
Yes, my name is Alan Mays, and I do want to thank the board and staff for letting us speak to you. I really did hesitate whether I was going to speak tonight after just hearing what happened at the workshop today, and then things that are going to be put into workshops later on. I really did learn a lot from the workshop this evening, and I think that those need to continue and have good discussion. But I do think that most of that needs to really get out to the community, especially the parents, what's going to be happening to them. I appreciate board members who spoke out and said, we really have to think about the 4-day week and get some discussion with those parents before we make decisions. I want to follow. So thank you very much for those kind of discussions that we had tonight. I want to follow with Lynette Ward. Students are why we all are here, why you all are here. Those are our primary everything. They're the dollars, they're the jobs, they're everything that's here. And so if you can't keep that as your primary, then I think there's no need for something here, or just the staffs, everything. It's the students that keep you guys going. And so I think you really need to keep that strongly in mind. I like you guys, really do. I think you are doing an awesome job for us, trying to do what you can, but you do have to strive a little bit stronger to think about the students. The teachers are stressed. They pass that along to the students. The students go home wondering, I don't want to go back to school now. Things are bad. The questions that was brought up about fear in the bathrooms, those are there. And if you don't address them in a logical way, instead of, oh, the students that are fearful, they can write up their own plan. That's not an answer. That doesn't do anything to the student who is afraid to go to school the next day. So people have to do the job. If you can't fix these things and just educate instead of warming up to these strange ideas that young kids come up with. I mean, we've all been there. If we get a chance to worm through the system with crazy ideas, we'll try it once or twice. And if we get away with it, then we'll just push other people to do the same thing. We need to get away from these outside ideas. And we need to have people who are from this community helping you guys with your jobs. People who come in and don't know this community shouldn't be ruling this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is all the forms I have. So we're moving right on to our action items. We need to approve the consent calendar. Find them.
Make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Cody. Any discussion? Any call for the question?
Paul? Aye. Houghton? Aye. Noyes?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Hey. Next. We need to be quiet as we exit, please. We need to be quiet, please. To make the resolution, we need to declare a vacancy on the Board of Education for 2.
I move to make a resolution to declare vacancies on the Board of Education.
Second.
Motion has been made, seconded by Tammy, made by Sherry Noyes. You folks received the resignation letters in your packet. Is there any discussion? Okay, the question.
Paul? Aye. Houghton? Aye. Noyes? Aye. Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Okay. We need to approve the 21-22 salary schedule. We've already discussed that with Kyle. So do I hear a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the 2021-22 salary schedules.
I will second it.
Motion made, seconded by Sherry. Any discussion? This will bring us up to we get our box checked. Okay. Call for the question.
Paul?
Aye.
Houghton? Aye. Noyes?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Next is to approve the donation from Laura, or is it Laura? Lori? Laura. We did receive information during our work session. Do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to approve the donation from Lore Foundation for RE-1 staff appreciation.
Your second?
I will second it.
Motion was made and seconded by Tammy and seconded by Sherry. Any questions? Any discussion?
President Wright?
Yes.
I feel like I should have wrote at the end of that, the amount, the dollar amount.
Oh,
You have it in front of you.
I do not.
It's $12,827.
Thank you.
Thank you. Substantial, so I thought it should be there.
Yes, it is substantial. Yeah, they're awesome. Thank you. Any more discussion?
No.
Thank you. Call for the question.
Paul?
Aye.
Houghton?
Aye.
Noyes?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right?
Aye. Approval for Fort Lewis College Teacher Evaluation Program Partnership and Information and Assurance page. Your motion?
I make a motion that we accept this teacher program from Fort Lewis.
Second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Stacy, seconded by Cody. We've already discussed it. It's for to work with Fort Lewis for teachers. Is there any discussion? Call for the question?
Paul? Aye. Putin?
Aye.
Noise?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right?
Aye. Okay. Next is the 21-22 roof for Mesa. Do we need to read that?
Yes,
Yes.
I can read it if you'd like, but I would like it to be read just for the minutes.
Okay. Is it all right with the board if Kyle reads instead of a board member?
Absolutely.
Okay, please go ahead. Do we need a motion first? No, we have to read it before we make a motion.
Oh, no, I don't.
No,
Okay.
you read it and then we make the motion.
So, this is background real quick. This is part of the plan that I presented in the previous months about emergency issues we're going to address. And then we go into the next stage of that after this. So we had 5 RFPs go out, and 1 we had no respondents, and 4 we did have some proposals. So just as reference, this is a little different than what we've done in the past. Usually we do what's called a sealed bid or an invitation to bid, which essentially means that we accept bids and the lowest price gets the bid.
You're supposed to be reading this.
Right,
not
I just want to give you some
Okay,
background.
because we can't discuss it until it's read and the motion's made.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
And so this is an RFP, which means that proposals are given in, an evaluation committee takes different sets of criteria, and the winner, based on the weighted scores, is our recommendation of the board to move forward. So for the RFP 21-22 roof at Mesa Elementary, there were a total of 5 responses. The evaluation committee includes representation from the business office, maintenance department, safety department. There were proposals were advertised on the Cortez Journal District webpage. Proposals were due on October 11th, 12 p.m. And we had 1 proposal for the roof missed the deadline, which was not included in this evaluation. After the evaluation of the 5 proposals in accordance with the procurement code guidelines and RFP, all the proposals were determined to be the most responsive of the RFP requirements. The evaluation committee used the following weighted point scale to allocate points to proposals. It was based on reliability of service, which carried 20%, quality of product, which carried 20%, spicing, which carried 30%, past performance, prior experience carried 10%, and presentation of proposal carried 20%, to a total weighted score of 100%. The results of the evaluation committee are summarized by ranking, and the scores that I'm about to go over. Scores are ranked from 0 to 5, with the highest score being the recommended proposal. So out of the 5 proposals, we had Topline, SunWest, TL Roofing, CRW, and Douglas Connor. I don't know if it's Connor, Douglas something, that actually gave us proposals for the RFP. Based on the evaluated score, we have the winning proposal from TL Roofing with a 4.38. Top line came in second at 4.02. DC came in third at 3.66, SunWest at 3.65, and CRW at 3.0. So again, based on the result of the scores of the evaluation committee, it's recommended to award the contract to TL Roofing. Are there any questions on this RFP?
now do I hear a motion to for the roof for Mesa?
I make a motion that we accept this proposal for TRC?
No, TL.
TLC.
Sorry.
TLC roofing.
No, just TL.
TL.
Do I hear a second?
I will second it.
Motion made by Stacy, seconded by Sherry Noyes. Any discussion? Thank you for showing us the details from the bid. That certainly helps us. Okay, let's call for questions.
Paul? Aye. Aye. Putin?
Aye.
Noise?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right?
Aye. Okay. Flooring for Mesa.
All right, again, RFP 21-22 flooring for Mesa Elementary. Total of 2 responses were received. Again, same representation from the business office, maintenance department, safety department. We received 2 proposals within the deadline, and none were late. So in accordance with procurement code guidelines, RFP, these proposals were determined to be most responsive. So again, the evaluation criteria did not change based on reliability, service, quality, product, price, and past performance and presentation proposal. And based on the evaluation committee summary, the scores were ranked from 0 to 5 with the recommended proposal. We had high-tech floors with a weighted score of 4.9. And we had HW commercial interiors with a weighted score of 3.92. So based on the result, the scores evaluation committee recommended to award high-tech flooring incorporated with the RFP for Mesa flooring.
Is there a motion to accept for this?
I make a motion to approve the Mesa Elementary flooring job that's been awarded to High Tech Floors Incorporated. Yes, I will second it.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Sherry Noyes. Is there any discussion? Call for the question.
Paul? Aye. Hooton?
Aye.
Noise?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye. Flooring from Minot Elementary.
All right, again, this is RFP 2122 for flooring in Minot. The same 2 contractors bid on this as well, so we had 2 responses that were received within the time frame. Same representation, same evaluation criteria, and as a result, High Tech Flooring Incorporated received a 4.6, and HW Commercial Interiors received a 4.28. Based on results of the evaluation committee, we recommend the award to High Tech Flooring Incorporated.
Hear a motion for this?
I make a motion that we accept this bid.
Second.
I'll second.
Motion made by Stacy to accept high tech, seconded by Cody. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Paul? Aye. Hooton?
Aye.
Noise?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye. Okay, the next one is flooring for Minot. CMS. Oh, I'm sorry. CMS, yes. I was wondering why I couldn't find a second one.
MCMS.
Yes, that's correct. 2122 flooring at MCMS. We had a total of 2 responses. The same vendors responded to this RFP as well. Same evaluation representation, same evaluation criteria, and the score came in with High Tech Flooring at 4.6 and HW Commercial Interiors at 4.28. So with the result of the scores, the evaluation committee recommended award High Tech Flooring Incorporated. I have one thing I need to add to this. One, and I even hate saying the word change order that may come from this is there, part of the flooring replacement at CMS includes the cafeteria, and there is a crack in the flooring at the cafeteria. We have to evaluate if that's something foundational or if it's something we can just put the flooring over. If it becomes something foundational, this company would want us to have an actual engineer come in and fix that issue before they put the flooring over it. We don't know that until they tear it up. So I just wanted to preface that there might be additional costs to fix that issue at CMS before we can actually replace the flooring, but we don't know that until we dig into it. So it's not necessarily going to be a change order to this RFP. There might be an additional cost that we're going to have to go out and find an engineer to fix it if we find it's a foundation issue in the middle school.
I hear a motion.
I happily make this motion to approve the flooring job for MCMS.
Second.
I second.
So if the discussion, I'm going to jump right into, I'm skipping myself. And we have to fix that crack. You'll come to us for that.
Yes.
So that we don't have to adjust that into our.
Exactly.
Okay, any more discussion?
Was there any way to, I mean, so we don't want to have that engine, there's no reason to have that engineered prior because we don't know until they dig into it?
That's what the people that gave.
Okay, because I'm saying that there's no way the engineers can even engineer it until we.
Right.
Okay.
I think that'd probably be the best. That way, in case we don't have to, and in case it's not as big a deal as I'm making it, then they can say, no, we can just replace the flooring. But if not,
Any more discussion? Call for the question?
Paul? Aye. Hooten?
Aye.
Noise?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Hey, capital reserve request for Beach Street heating and replacement and upgrade, 10,000. How read that? If somebody else wants to take over.
Kyle's doing a great job.
Montezuma-Cortez School District RE-1, 21-22 capital reserve request, school board. Funds available, $275,284.64. Data request, 10/19/2021. Amount requested, $10,242.99. Project description, Beach Street heating replacement upgrade. Identified by needs assessment, health and safety issue, rationale request, business office confirmed funds are available. No permits required, and the project was coordinated with maintenance and IT. Whereas the administration has a need of additional $10,242.99 to purchase 2 heating units plus installation at Beach Street. Now, therefore, be it resolved that $10,242.99 is authorized for expenditure from the capital reserve fund.
I make a motion to approve the Beach Street heating replacement upgrade in amount of $10,242.99.
I second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Stacy. Any discussion?
I just mentioned one thing.
Absolutely, this is the time.
We put an RFP out for this project. We did a walkthrough and one contractor did show up. However, when it came time for the deadline, we did have a proposal. So being that this was an emergency issue concerning kids and teachers and maybe gas coming out of a heater unit, we used the policy that allowed us to make this an emergency fix so that those heaters are fixed. Teachers were having to leave, take kids out of the classroom because something with the heating unit was pushing back the exhaust gas back in the home. So it's taken care of, but I just want you to know, we did try to go out to bid to get this done. We couldn't, so we went with Anthony's Refrigeration here locally, and they were able to get the pieces and get it done very quickly.
Oh, good. So only the heating's taken care of or the whole thing?
So the heating is taken care of, there's a cooling unit ready to be installed. We just have to run all the lines, and we can come back to that. We just wanted to make sure heating was taken care of before we got into the winter.
Any discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Paul? Aye. Hooten?
Aye.
Noise?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. And now roof repairs for 4,200.
All right, Montezuma-Cortez School District RE-1, 2021-22 capital reserve request to the school board. Funds available, $275,184.68. Data request, 10/19/2021. Amount requested, $4,200 for the non-roof repairs. Identified as a needs assessment, health and safety risk, rationale for request, business office confirmation of funds available. No permits required, project coordinated with maintenance and IT. Whereas the administration has a need of additional $4,200 to purchase roof repairs with the now therefore be it resolved that $4,200 is authorized for expenditure for capital reserve fund.
Your motion?
I make a motion for this to happen for Manal roof repair.
Yeah, I'll second that happening. We're
Was
having
lost.
happening here. And we're moving right along. So
Yeah.
you're kind of, okay, any discussion? Oh, motion made by Stacy, seconded by Sherry Noyes. Any discussion? Is our maintenance doing?
Yeah, we were able to get it mostly done. I think TL Roofing is actually going to be able to do these repairs too.
Okay.
That's a roof. That's
Good. Okay, who's doing that? TL. Okay. Okay, any more discussion? Call for the question?
Paul? Aye. Hooten?
Aye.
Noise?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Some paperwork. Manal Playground and Improvement, GOCO grant.
Supplemental budget request for an elementary playground improvement grant. The source is called Great Outdoors. And the grant was actually awarded in fiscal year 2020, and I provided the award information there. The state source is called Department of Education. The budget's going to be $110,000 for revenue, and then the expenditure code will be a capital expenditure code for Manal playground improvement in the amount of $110,000. Be it resolved by the Board of Education, the school district number RE-1 in Montezuma County, that the amount of $110,000 as shown above be appropriated to the Fort Curry Capital Reserve Fund for the program year beginning July 1, 2021, ending June 30th, 2022.
I will move to approve the Manal Playground Improvement GoCo grant of $110,000.
Second. Motion made by Sherry, seconded by Tammy. Any discussion? I think we had that. All right, call for the question.
Paul? Aye. Hooton?
Aye.
Noise?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Okay, thank you. That took care of us not having a secretary. Yeah. Policies for first reading, GBEC, support staff supplementary pay and overtime. Need to hear a motion before we accept it.
I make a motion to accept policy GEBC, support staff supplementary pay overtime.
Second.
I will second it.
Okay, any discussion? This is the first reading. So if you have any decisions, any changes, now's the time to do it for it to come back for second reading at our, we'll have a work session and discuss it, and then it'll be at our next board meeting as a second.
I have one question. I know at one point in time, and I don't know if it's still this way, are they able to, the non-certified staff, are they able to pick whether they want to be paid or whether they can take time off for their overtime?
No, they have to have it pre-approved.
Right.
If it's pre-approved, then yes, they can. So they can't pick it though. That would be up to the supervisor and then ultimately the superintendent to approve that extra space.
But they have the choice of asking whether they can be paid, compensated in their paycheck or take the time off.
Prior to that.
Okay, all right.
At the contract time.
So that's during the approval process. Like it's approved with one or the other, basically, before it gets, okay.
Because I know at one point in time, my understanding was those people had no choice. They had to be paid. They couldn't take the time off. That wasn't offered to them as an option.
No, it is.
Okay.
Preferred that it's the comp time. However, it's not mandatory.
Okay.
But it has to be pre-approved no matter what it is.
Okay.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Paul? Aye. Hooton?
Aye.
Noise?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Our next one is CBB, recruitment of the superintendent.
I will move to approve CBB recruitment of the superintendent.
Second. Motion made by Sherry Noyes, seconded by Tammy. Any discussion?
Seems like nothing's changing other than that we've revised it. Or
I'm sorry?
It seems like nothing's changing. We're just reviewing it.
Mm-hmm.
It's been about 10 years, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep, that is correct. Okay. Any more discussion? Call for the question.
Paul? Aye. Hooton?
Aye.
Noise?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right?
Aye. Okay, the next one, IHCDA, concurrent enrollment.
I make
This
a,
is similar.
I make a motion to approve IHCDA concurrent enrollment.
I will second it.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, let's call for the question.
Hall. Aye. Hooten.
Aye.
Noise.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye. IHCDAR, concurrent enrollment.
I make a motion to approve IHCDAR concurrent enrollment.
I will second it.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Sherry. Noise. Any discussion?
I'm just curious, like this last one that we just approved, this one it's been a while, but the one before had only been a year.
Yeah.
Were we just going to approve those both at the same time to keep them kind of on
Well,
the same?
R is telling us how it's going to be carried out. It's the regulations.
So the policy and the regulations.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, okay. But they should be kind of in the same.
Yeah, so they're together.
Okay, yeah, okay.
That's why it's bolded on the agenda because we accidentally left
I
it
see
off
that.
because it was like the supplemental.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Hall. Aye. Hooten.
Aye.
Noise.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye. The next, JB, equal educational opportunities.
I will move to approve JB Equal Educational Opportunities.
Second.
Motion made by Sherry Noyes, seconded by Tammy. Any discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Hall. Aye. Hooten.
Aye.
Noise.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye. Okay, the next one, JBA, non-discrimination on the basis of sex.
I will move to approve JBA non-discrimination on the basis of sex.
I'll second.
Motion made by Sherry Noyes, seconded by Cody. Questions, discussion?
So at any point, could this kind of get out of hand?
Yes.
Like cumbersome, like over the top?
Yes.
Just curious, because I'm sure for whatever reason, somebody is one sex or the other. So I'm just curious, like at what point, at this point right now, we're not overloaded with it. Is that correct?
This legislation came to you last year, and it's already being challenged, so it could change again. But,
Okay.
We're working in coordination, like the, what is it, Colorado Community College? They're the ones who have done the compliance audit on our policies. And that's why we've changed them all, because we're kind of on a timeline in order to change it. And as Ms. Richards said, this changed last year. So
Okay.
we're just, yeah.
It's already changed, but we're just adding you on here as a grievance.
yeah, and I noticed it was just the name.
Yeah, and that's, I just made a note for, because it, yeah.
The whole address.
Address, email, all that is. Probably send me.
Okay, any more discussion? Call for the question?
When you see these, the next time they'll have the address and added on there, the full contact information for a complaint policy.
Oh, okay.
Hall. Aye. Hooten.
Aye.
Noise.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Next is JBAE, non-discrimination on the basis of sex.
I make a motion to approve JBAE, non-discrimination on the basis of sex.
I'll second.
Second. Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Sherry. Discussion? Again, it's mine. Call the question?
Paul? Aye. Putin?
Aye.
Joyce?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. JII, student concerns and complaints and grievances. JBB. Oh, did I do that? JBB sexual harassment.
Make a motion to approve JBB sexual harassment.
I will second it.
Okay, motion made by Tammy, seconded by Sherry Noyce. Question? I'm sorry, discussion. Liz, you're gonna be busy. Call for the question.
Paul? Aye. Putin?
Aye.
Joyce?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. JII, student concerns, complaints, and grievances.
I make the motion to approve JII student concerns, complaints, and grievances.
Second.
Motion made by Cody, seconded by Tammy. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Paul? Aye. Putin?
Aye.
Joyce?
Aye.
Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. I do believe that that is twice. Is that not
Well,
correct?
I think we should have an R.
Yeah,
Right.
should it have an R? Okay.
Oh, yes.
JIIR, student concerns, complaints, and grievances.
I will move to approve JIIR, student concerns, complaints, and grievances.
I second.
Thank you. Motion made by Sherry, seconded by Stacy. Any discussion?
So this takes it out of the building and directly to you? Is that what it's doing? Okay.
So, okay, so basically anybody that would have a complaint, they would bypass their school administration or their building administrator and go straight to you.
So you're the first link on the chain of command?
Well, it does contradict the policy though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was happy for the principals, but.
They were too. They're like, all right.
Well, don't look up, don't look
They
up.
have to follow the grievance policy and then, but if they're gonna file a formal grievance complaint, it really should be both of our names on that policy, not mine, because she's the compliance officer for grievances. So.
And the administrators can
But they
see
should
what
be
it
the
is
first
and
line,
send
yeah.
it to, so.
So I think we need to work on that policy a little bit. So Cindy, I'm asking you, can you work on that policy to put the principals as the first line and then you and Liz as second? Thank you. You're a sweetheart.
And the grievance is also for the public, it's not just for staff.
Right.
Okay.
For any sexual harassment.
For students.
For student concerns.
This is students' concerns.
If it's involving sexual harassment.
Yeah, the sexual harassment.
Yeah, that's-
So you guys might want to work on that one too.
Yeah.
Make sure that we're following the plan.
Legally, there's no option in that one. It has to come right to the Title IX officer.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah. But student, it can go to principals and then to you guys? No.
Not with sexual harassment.
No,
No, not sexual
This
harassment, but
one's
student concerns,
different, yeah.
complaints, and grievances.
This is the JIIR one.
Is this first one?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Can we look at it?
Yes, please.
Have it ready.
Thank you.
Cindy and I will look at that together.
Thank you. I'm putting your names down. Okay, the next one. JLCBR. No, JLCB, immunization of students.
I make a motion to approve JLCB immunizations of students.
Second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Cody. Any discussion?
nothing's changing.
Yeah, nothing's,
You just changed the name, yeah.
well, there's no name on here. It's just.
Yes.
There's no changes. It's
Oh, there's no change.
You,
They,
you guys
okay.
have, yeah, because it's been.
Okay. Call for the question?
Paul. Aye. Hooten.
Aye.
Noyes.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Right.
Aye. JLCBR, immunization of students regulation.
I make a motion to approve JLCBR immunization of students.
Second.
I second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Stacy. Discussion? KE, public concerns and. Oh, let's call for the question.
Thank you.
I'm kind of ready to go home, I guess.
Aye.
It's not even that late. Aye.
Noyes.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Right.
Aye. All right, let's do the next one. Public concerns and complaints, KE.
I will move to approve KE, public concerns and complaints.
Second,
I second.
discussion?
I just have a question on some of these. Are they just coming back because they're, I mean, old? Well, because like this was back in 19. So I was just curious if
We just
nothing's really
updated it to
changed,
make
like
sure.
what's the norm for like approving something that's not changed?
3 years?
Is it 3 years?
You know, I'm not sure, do you know, Liz, in here? Because there's some of them that are really, really old.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's
Some that are old, I get.
a norm,
Is it 3
but
years the norm?
I think.
3 years is about when you'll review policies, but typically you have all of your policies on a review cycle. I don't think
Right.
we were doing that. We were
No.
just taking what CASB gave us and putting it right back in our policies. So maybe put them on a review cycle or something.
And that's.
Yeah, that's an idea.
Now, like, I don't know, so we get recommendations from CASB in regards, so these policies we didn't bring up,
Right.
like CASB did, and so the thing is I don't know if, you know, I don't know what people did in the past to adhere to those, but that's what we're.
My very first year, we reviewed it, we'd go through them and we had a rotation. But after that, then we just let CASB do it. And I can tell you the CASB reviews our policies, and when they see really old ones, they send it to us to, is the way they work. But you pay for it, yes, and we are.
Are we?
I don't think we.
I don't think.
We're not paying for policy?
I don't think
I think that's
so.
included in our,
I wouldn't mind paying for it, because I can't tell you how much time I spent.
I would double check it, because I think we do pay for it. Because we wouldn't be getting this if we weren't
I mean,
paying
like
for it.
some of these, I just think that, you know.
Or do they?
2 years.
Well, if you might check into it, it is, I don't know, a couple of thousand or something.
For board review.
Yeah,
Policy review.
yeah, we do, and so I was, yeah, we do, it's like, it's not very expensive.
No.
The 795 is what we think.
Yeah, and I think it's 1,500 with that 700. So with the 700 that we already pay, it's an additional like 700-ish.
Yeah, so it's,
to do all the policies.
So we paid about 12,000 for our dues, and then, so it'd be 12,700.
I know for them to do a review of your policy, it's $20,000.
Yes, to do a complete review, it is.
And then they'll give you a suggested recycling of your policies that you currently have, but they don't go into our policies and look at our policies right now. We don't pay them enough.
Right. So.
No, that's what I
would
do.
suggest that if you want them to do something, you talk to Leslie.
Yeah.
When they're up to CASB.
Okay. And right now, it's actually quite enjoyable for me to read these because it teaches me everything, because it's very similar to what we did in Arizona, but it's just this much of a difference. So it's good for me to read things, but they are a little dry.
Well, I just thought some of them were like, a couple years old and nothing's changed.
Right.
Just, maybe we could bypass it
Right.
for another year or two, unless something comes up that where we need to make a change.
Okay, let's call for the question.
Paul.
Aye.
Hooten.
Aye.
Noise.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye. Okay. KER, public concerns and complaints.
I will move to approve KER, public concerns and complaints.
Second.
Motion made by Sherry Noyes, seconded by Tammy. Any discussion? Okay, the next was KDC Public Giving. Oh. Let's call for the question.
Paul. Aye. Hooten.
Aye.
Noise.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye. KDC Public Gifts and Donations to the Schools.
Actually, that's transcode. It's KCD.
Oh, it is. Yep. Is that way on the agenda too?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at the agenda. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, thank you.
Good catch.
I make a motion to approve KCD, public gifts, donations to the schools.
Second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Cody. Any discussion?
I just would ask that we would have Kyle present a monthly report of those donations that we receive.
Can you do that? Okay.
And I think that's a really good idea because it also honors the people who are giving back to our kids.
That's very true.
And our community. And so it's really good to highlight those gifts and donations.
Any more discussion? Let's call for the question.
Paul.
Aye.
Hooten.
Aye.
Noise.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye. Hey, Jace, policy revision, second reading. We went over these during discussion. Is there any one of these that you would like to pull? Otherwise, let's just lump them together and vote for them as a total.
We're going to pull a lot of them.
We're going to pull a lot of them.
Okay, then we'll do it individually. Okay, do I hear a motion for JBAA, sexual discrimination and harassment? Find them again.
I make a motion to approve GBAA, sexual discrimination and harassment.
I will second it.
Okay, motion's been made by Tammy, seconded by Sherry. Is there any discussion? Let's call for the question.
Paul.
Aye.
Hooten.
Aye.
Noise.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye. BK. Staff concerns, complaints, and grievances.
Make a motion to approve GBK staff concerns, complaints and grievances.
I hear a
I will second it.
motion made by Cody, seconded by Sherry. Any discussion? Call for the question.
Paul.
Aye.
Hooten.
Aye.
Noise.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye. ICA. Motion,
Make a motion to approve ICA school year, school calendar, instruction time.
I hear second.
I will second.
Any discussion? Call for the question.
Paul.
Aye.
Hooten.
Aye.
Noise.
Aye.
Wells.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye. Okay, the next one is JLCD, administering.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think we can do 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Because we're gonna,
All the JLCD,
JLCD, JLCDR, JLCDE, and JLCDB.
okay,
I would move we were to pull those,
to pull them.
pull those for review,
Okay, do
as discussed earlier.
I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion? This is what we discussed earlier, and Liz, you were going to work on that for us? Because you have nothing else to do.
If she tells me to, that's what I do.
I can't tell you to because I'm not your boss. I can ask.
We'll work together on it.
Okay. Call for the question?
Or we're voting to remove them from the
Yes.
poll? Thank you. Paul? Aye. Who? Aye. Joyce? Aye. Wells?
Aye.
Right.
JJA 2.
I make a motion to approve JJA 2, Student Organizations Open Forum.
I will second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Sherry Noyes. Discussion. We did discuss this during the work session. We're only removing one sentence, and it is upon CASB recommendation and other districts. So. Call for the question.
Paul? Aye. Who? Aye. Noyes? Aye. Wells?
Aye.
Right.
Aye. Okay, Wit and Wisdom Elementary. Tammy, well, wait a minute. First of all, we have to have a motion.
I make a motion to resolve Wit and Wisdom at the elementary level, effective at semester 2021.
You say resolve or dissolve?
Dissolve.
Dissolve, okay. Do I hear a second?
I will second.
Motion made by Tammy, seconded by Sherry Noyes. Discussion.
So from the stakeholder committee, for many reasons, the curriculum is not meeting the standards that even assistant superintendent listed out. It is again on the secondary list of CDE as supplemental. And we have surveys from K through 5, where a majority of the teachers are asking us not to keep it.
Is that true? Majority of teachers decided not to keep it, or?
According to their surveys.
Okay.
We have it right here.
The surveys that were answered, yes.
That they ran out.
Who answered those surveys?
Teachers.
Grade levels, they were all and separated into grade levels.
How many of the second, the
We
elementary?
have, it doesn't give how many teachers. It says just per grade level.
Okay.
So kindergarten, 6 out of 6 says no, they do not want to keep it. First grade. Do you want to continue?
Yes.
I would be very
6.
careful though, just to say, to scrap something without something in place leaves our administrators and our teachers in a very tough place, especially since we're under school improvement. We can't just pull things without double checking with CDE, because they have, with our continuous improvement plan, they have okayed what we teach and what we instruct. And so, could I talk to the state commissioner, because we can't do things pulling curriculum because we're priority schools. And that is something, Adams School District just had all their accreditation pulled because they weren't following the proper procedures. And the state has hired an outside contractor to address school districts. So that would be my recommendation, is let me talk to the state, because if we pull it, we could be in a dire
I
spot.
don't want to do anything that would jeopardize the school district, so.
But can you tell me the rest of the numbers?
Let's see, I left off at first grade.
Kindergarten, you told me.
Yep, 6 in kindergarten. There was 6 out of 6 kindergarten said.
Copy of that.
And first grade said 4 out of 6 said Actually, first grade said to keep it. Second grade. They did not have a tally. Other than comments, negative aspects, very strong program with very high expectations. Not all students are able to access the academics. Struggling students will suffer difficulty to differentiate.
Oh, so you don't know how many?
No, not.
Second graders.
Not all second graders tallied. And third grade had 6 out of 7 said no. Fourth grade, they didn't tally, but they left remarks of no.
Yeah, those are pretty
No.
intense.
Yeah. And fifth grade. Just at least 7 negative comments. So, these were all shared with us from Mr. Parr, a couple months back.
Okay, yeah.
So we have these in your.
Yeah, we got them last month. I think.
So these aren't anything new that has not come before us.
Do we know how many elementary teachers K through 5 we have? Just stop it.
Oh, that's in our board packet. I was gonna say.
Let me find it.
While she's looking for that, Jim, can you tell me when elementary adopted Whitney Wisdom?
I believe it was 2019.
So 3 years?
Last school year, COVID year, was the first full year of its.
And they're still struggling to pull things out, or is that because of us?
It was before us.
Well, was that just supplemental stuff that came through in 2019 or the full program, the full curriculum?
That was the full program, to my understanding. I think that I'm sorry, would you repeat your question, President?
Because I keep hearing that the teachers are doing so much work, pulling stuff out and trying to make it work. Is that under board direction, or is that something that's been going on for a year or so?
Well, I think in certain circles,
Yeah.
you know, teachers have possibly been supplementing when they look at things. It's not been requested necessarily up to this point. But
it's been happening.
To a small degree, yes.
But I think supplementing happens with any curriculum.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's generally to fill in the gaps that they perceive are there. So.
Well, I guess
The 2 teachers.
we had one teacher say that it was not a reading program, it was a literacy program. Are we teaching our kids reading, our elementary kids?
Well, we have supplemented at our primary levels with saxophonics to provide reading skills, but that goes K2. In some cases, K3, where it's been requested. So that's the primary tool for teaching the skills of reading, if you will.
So we're low in our reading, correct? And we're not teaching reading?
Well, I wouldn't say we're not teaching reading. I mean, I think we're using the tools that we have available to us, but like.
Are there better tools available?
We are looking into options for sure.
For more supplement or to get a program that actually meets our needs?
More of the meeting of the needs.
Well, and from a lens of what we can't just get any program due to our status. So based off of the aid,
I understand that, but what I'm saying is if this was adopted in 19, do you guys remember that reading program coming to us to adopt it?
Well, that's what I was looking at. I know we got some supplemental stuff that we paid for in 2019.
You know, I'm struggling here, and I understand what you're saying, Rachel. But, and I would love to just scrap everything right now and find the perfect program. That's not gonna happen. So don't worry, I'm not going to, but,
Can I explain what we're doing right now? What Jim's doing?
you can.
What are you doing, Jim? No, I mean, so what he's doing is what he's doing is what he's doing is he's identifying some of these programs and he's talking to the people and we're ordering them so that the committee can go and look at them.
Good.
See what we have now versus what's available. And so he's in process of looking at that, just so you know, we had a conversation a bit ago.
Well,
that's what he's doing. Sorry.
I knew that that was supposedly happening, but, we have people that don't like to, you know, education can be slow. And we have people think we're doing nothing because it's not right now. So summarizing this on what Risha's saying, we cannot just say, oh, like you made the motion, we're going to get rid of wit and wisdom and start something new in January. We can't do that because we have to have CDE's blessing, even though we're local governance, we are under restrictions. Go ahead.
Just out of curiosity, so if we're on this improvement plan, wouldn't they have looked at our curriculum and said, why are you using this curriculum?
No, they approved it.
That's what I'm saying. Why did they
Why
approve
did
it?
they
Okay,
not?
that's what I'm wondering. Like, why wouldn't they kind of say, this is, you're in improvement. Here's what we're seeing. Shouldn't they, they're supposed to be helping us along to try to help us improve.
They expect us to use what they provide on their website. They provide a list of approved curriculum.
And that was one of them.
It's a supplement.
It's a supplement. Okay.
It's not an approved program.
And how
It's
do
an
we know that
approved
that
supplement.
permission was not
Okay.
asked and discussed?
Okay.
We don't know that because
Right,
we're the
okay.
board, we're not the superintendent.
I one time asked when we were on the clock and it was scary.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't
It's
scary
still
yet. I think we're in year 2 and they said, well, you have 5 years to get, I was like, why would you wait for 5 years to see if we fail or not? Why don't you step in now and tell us what we need to do now? So we're not 3 years behind. And I was told, well, I don't know what we would do.
That's exactly.
That happened at a meeting. They
Because we are local governance.
Unless it's not on the list, then they will
Okay.
say, you won't receive any REDACT funds unless you use this.
Right,
To
okay.
be honest, school improvement generally takes, especially when we were the lowest school district in the whole state of Colorado. So when you look at that data, like when it comes to reading, actually 40% has been a huge lift by a lot of people to get us there. So I know people think that it's not a good number, but compared to what it was, the administration here, the previous administration, and all the teachers have made a huge lift.
Right.
I have to recognize that. However, when you look at school improvement, it takes 3 to 5 years. So that's one of the reasons is it takes 3 to 5 years to create it because you have to catch the kids up from where they were. But
Plus, we've been on a 2-year pause, so they're not looking at last year, they're not looking at this year, so we're staying on the clock because of COVID. So, as even Mr. Lehman over there asked if we could get off the clock because Mesa improved, they said, sorry, you're still on a pause year, so they're not looking at our data right now.
Well, and our data, just to piggyback off of what Ms. Richards says, is there's certain subgroups that weren't part of that data. Yeah, we have subgroups of kids that weren't coming to school, and so they're not in that data report. So a lot of our Native Americans chose to stay home because they're a vulnerable population when it came to COVID, and they're not necessarily represented in those numbers.
So when it comes time You should be.
Well, and very honestly, SWO's had a lot to do with us being on the clock.
I would disagree. But I hear you, but
Well, that was what we were told last year, or year before.
it's because they had nothing to do with the clock aspect, but they did have a piece of our graduation rate being lower.
Mhm.
But in reality, if SWOs didn't exist, our graduation
That's
rate would have been
absolutely true.
a lot lower because those kids wouldn't have.
I agree with you 100% on that, yes. So when you look at it that way, yes.
Right.
They would have probably
They would have hurt us.
our dropout rate.
Our dropout, our graduation, our grades,
Yeah.
everything. It would, I mean, and I would never, and I did, but I didn't mean it the way it came out
Yeah.
because they are a very valuable part of our community.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot, that they actually work hard to keep kids in school.
Yes, they do.
I wanted to mention one thing Robert brought up too in your motion for next time. The elementaries are on trimesters,
Okay.
so it wouldn't be a clean semester.
Right, okay.
So how many elementary teachers do we?
52.
52 classrooms, teachers, not all certified because some of those are long-term subs.
So they may
But
not.
there's 52
And that
classrooms.
does not count the ESS teachers, special
Okay.
ed teachers.
So basically, we had 50% of the people answer. I mean, because we don't know a couple of those numbers. So basically, we had 50% of the people answer that survey. And I go to the same adage, we can please 50% of the people, 50% of the time. And
Mr. Parr,
Yes, ma'am.
When can we expect a report on what your recommendation? And if you tell me next month, I will say that you're crazy.
What I heard. Well, I would definitely like to hear about Dr. Vanderwood's conversation with Steve. But, you know, I think we can certainly, I mean, are you talking about what our next potential program should be?
Yes. No, if I was talking about your next step in
Well,
doing that,
so-
it would be different, but yeah, our next program.
What we would be doing is, let's say we do change, or we do decide to change. We would want to obviously assemble a group of potential replacements. And then have our committee look at all of those, provide some input, and then have some teacher input as well. So
And do you take it to DAC?
that would be part of it.
Okay.
So it's, you know,
And
all of
public
those
review.
things need to take place.
Public review.
Public review.
Yeah.
Public review.
And that would be, now, that was an area that you guys had asked about before because you didn't think that.
You didn't feel like we had an
Right.
adequate time.
So, you know, I would want to look at that. I don't remember what the current amount of time is, but I think
2 weeks is required.
2 weeks, well, 2 weeks is what it was. I don't know that. I would say, you know, in going forward, something in my mind that would make sense would be more like 30 days.
Yeah, I agree.
So
But-
we
but
could make sure that everybody
we need
gets a
to-
chance.
If we decide to change programs, then we need to make sure that we have adequate time to do all the proper reviews and have teachers have information before school starts next year.
Right.
I don't want to put the teachers behind an 8 ball.
Right, and that would be, you know, that's the challenge of changing mid-year, is that whatever else we bring in, there's professional development that goes along with that,
Right.
there's teacher supports. Now, you know, those look different in the modern era than they have historically, so there are some things that you might be able to do, but at the same time, I wouldn't want anybody to be at a disadvantage when it comes to their classroom instruction. So, plus, arguably, you know, programs typically are built around the school year, the school calendar. So to start something mid-year, we would be potentially starting midway through because we're still working on the standards
for that grade level for that year. So, you know, there are definite challenges that go along with that. I don't know that we could have a reasonable recommendation before December or even a January, mid-year.
Okay. January.
I've never scrapped a curriculum mid-year.
But we're not talking about scrapping.
I know, but I'm just saying I've never.
Yeah, we're not talking about scrapping it. We're talking about review for the next school year.
Liz has.
So, Liz.
I think it's important that some guidance maybe be given to if the committee's helping or DAC's helping or even the board. How do you review a language arts curriculum? What are you looking for? There are very specific bullets you are looking for. We can glean most of that from CD's website, but if you're going to review a curriculum, if you've never
We need to have a
designed
score
curriculum,
sheet, yeah.
What are you looking for? You don't know. You need to have a rubric sheet you're following. So
Right.
when you're perusing a book, you're checking off that it has all the elements of a strong curricula. So,
Thank you, yes.
I think that's something that's missing. We're like talking about this pie in the sky of
Yeah.
who's gonna do what and who's gonna pick it. What are we looking for? Does it?
Yeah, because what I looked for when I reviewed it last year, it didn't meet any of my criteria, but I was assured that it was embedded in it. So,
standardizing.
So that was.
I do have the sheets in the front of curriculums that identify the standards and
Yeah, so
identify,
that's
so
what
they're made as well.
So my next question. Okay, my next question is, are you going to be working with the teachers for the rest of the year to make sure that what are they called? Pods, cubes, whatever, modules are, sorry, my mind's not working very well. To make sure that we're not teaching something that will upset community.
Well, we have generated a list of supplemental materials.
Okay.
Not everybody is using those at this time, but we certainly can start to help support that.
Yes, and I don't believe in mandates, but yes, do everything you can for encouragement. Okay, Sharon.
So my question is, so you talk to CDE, we basically get their blessing to look for a different curriculum. Will we be looking for curriculum for both elementary and
yes, that was my next
mid-school?
Well, as I understand it, we were just talking about elementary at this point, so that might be an action that you guys have to decide on.
Okay, so do we just maybe wait for Risha's report back and then that's a starting point and then we kind of.
Let's just start with the beginning. And we work with kind of like a network of CDE folks that help us with our school improvement and our evaluations, and because it's all interconnected with, it's all a whole ecosystem really, so.
Okay. Any more discussion on wit and wisdom? Okay, would you read the motion again?
Who made a motion to dissolve wit and wisdom at semester?
Okay,
At the
Tammy made
elementary
it
level.
at the elementary level. And that was Tammy, and who seconded it?
I
You
second,
did?
so do we?
I seconded it.
Okay, so any more discussion before we call for the vote? It's to dissolve it at semester. We've just been told that's impossible.
Right. So I don't know if we can just remove our action, like rescind our motion, or do we just?
Just vote no.
Just vote. Yeah, well, that was my next question.
Yeah.
Let's call for the question.
Paul? No. Putin?
No.
Noise?
No.
Wells?
No.
Right.
No. Education moves too slow. Okay, our next one is, we need a temporary secretary. Number L. And the reason that we need one, and this is a Kyle question. Because I asked you, because we need a secretary to sign. And if we elect one and then we have a new board member in November, new board, actually 3, 2, 5, 6 if I could leave. It takes a month to get the signatures in line, right? So we need a secretary for the signature, but it takes a month to get them in line. And what do we do?
I don't
Can we-
for people that have lost a secretary, but I don't, like, to answer your question, Board President, I would need to go to someone above me to answer that, because I really don't know. I don't want to tell you something and legally it's not even factual, and then we go ahead and think we're doing the right thing.
Well, I was just wondering if it's possible, legal, to just have 2 signatures. Because we have voted for the resignations, and so we can no longer use Jack's signature. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we've got a payday coming up here pretty darn quick.
I can double check. To my understanding, the bank verification needs 2 signatures, right? So according to the bank standards, you need 2. Now, I don't know if we just did 3 because we had 3 people that we wanted on there, but I would have to go and confirm that to make sure.
That's correct.
Is that correct? It's 2? Okay.
You only need 2?
By statute, you need to.
Okay.
So we're okay, we don't need then
We
to,
can double check that, but that's.
yes, please,
And let's
please, but that just,
check with some of your peers
Right.
in
I have
what
my
you do.
book.
I think it's based on statute, CRS. Oh, you have your law book.
I do. It's not a current one,
Oh,
but I'm curious.
what year is it?
And it would be a cost to us too, to
Because
change all these signatures and
Because we
change them
didn't get 20
again.
last year. What would it be under?
Normally it's
There's no cost.
A cost to all the stuff that's already signed by Jeff. And then if we have to have it signed by someone else and then say that person isn't the secretary again. and it costs us
So what would it
again
be
to
under, Liz?
change all
Under
that.
the Finance Act of signatures, but I would have.
Yeah, we'll.
I think she expected you to spit out
Let us
some
just,
CRS.
I have a lot of faith in you.
So we have that as an action item, or are we going to make a motion?
We need to make a motion to do something with it. Do I hear a motion?
Well, I think, what we'll do is we'll find out what we're legally able to do. Because as Kyle said, in the history of the world, I'm sure a secretary has, resigned or something has
About
happened.
if we make a motion to just have the 2, if we need a 3rd, then let's make it one of those that are already signing.
Why can't someone just do like a sign date? There's only one person that's being opposed at this table right now. For the election,
Yeah.
so the other will be in, so could that not be?
The other could be this transfer.
Except that the other 2 may not like that. They have a right to vote.
There's only one.
I know it's late, but I didn't understand
Well,
that.
have your Ed sitting in that seat. Cody will still be in there.
Yes, but if we
We can't have discussions, you guys. We
We
can't.
don't have a motion.
No, that's okay. It's just.
That's what I'm saying. Why don't we make a motion?
That's what I'm saying. And I've asked for one. twice.
Accept only 2
Are
signatures
you
on the
making that
check.
motion?
Yes.
But
I make a motion that we, after discussion, we only have 2 people sign the checks that are already signing checks without a secretary, and vote in a secretary after the elections. if that is legal after Kyle checks on the legality of it.
That was a long.
I know, but I mean,
In other words, she made a motion that we use 2 signatures unless it's illegal.
It was the action item to appoint a temporary secretary.
That was what the.
That was the action item.
It was.
You just amended it.
Do what?
She just amended it.
We already had one?
When I set the agenda,
Yes.
I had letter L as appoint a temporary secretary. The only thing that she's done is she's amended it. It's okay.
Because the only reason we're doing it is for checks.
Right. So what we need to do though, did anybody second yours?
No.
Okay, so technically, we need to make the motion as it is on the agenda. Get the second, and then you make the motion to amend it, and then get the second.
Or we can just make a motion to, and vote no.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
I'm just, I don't know, we just need to.
We just need to make sure that I get to pay all of my.
Yeah,
Because the holidays
might be
are
a little
coming
upset.
and,
We do have people watching that are keeping us in check.
Yes.
So if we do it wrong, they will let us know.
Right, so we have to make a motion the way it is on the agenda.
I make a motion to appoint a temporary secretary to the school board of Montezuma-Cortez High.
Do I hear a
Montezuma-Cortez
second?
School District.
Second.
Motion made by Stacy, seconded by Cody to appoint someone as board secretary. Any more discussion? Question.
Paul? No. Hooten?
No.
Noise?
No.
Wells?
No.
Right?
No.
Moving right along.
So we really don't need to do anything else and just give Kyle direction.
Yeah, let him
and
find out what
Liz
the-
and Risha to figure out how we're going to do this.
We may have a special meeting
No, we're not.
so people can get paid.
So I'm in finances and I haven't found it yet. So, okay. Is there anything to go on the agenda for next? Well, let's go this way. Is there anything to go on the work session for November? Outside of what we've already given. And of course, you can always add, but
Next, the November work session is election day, correct?
yes, it is.
So we can have our little.
So let's make it fast so we can get to the poll count.
So there's nothing that we need to do because our meeting will probably be over after the election.
Probably.
Is there anything
Unless you
we
guys
need-
talk forever.
I don't know what has to happen next, so I don't know if there's something that we have to do.
We have to, would you find out for us, Deb, when our votes can be certified? Because we have to have our election of officers before December 1st, and I'm leaving town in November 17th after our board meeting.
Oh.
So.
That was what I was
So,
trying to get to.
if you can find out if they can have it certified by then, it would really be beneficial. Otherwise, I can zoom in if we have to have a later meeting. Okay? Anything else? What about for the agenda on the 17th? Or do you want to just call me when you find something?
Yeah.
Sleep on up.
Get back to it, yeah.
Okay, so our next meeting will be our IPP meeting, October 27th, 26th at 7 o'clock. at the high school. And then our work session will be November 2nd at 7:00, which is election day. And our next regular board meeting will be Tuesday, the 16th. So I guess I had my dates wrong. It's the 16th and not the 17th at 7:00. Is there anything else to come before the board? This meeting is adjourned at
9:30. Why is it?
9:30.
11:30.
It seems a lot later, doesn't it? So I need to sign things, so.